Hello, Shane. Can you hear us?
Yeah.
Okay, we can hear you loud and clear.
I think it's on. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Okay. And again, we will now reconvene the special city council meeting. Ms. City Attorney, would you please report the closed session action?
Thank you, Mayor. There were 5 items on the closed session agenda. Item number 1, the City Council gave its legal counsel settlement authority, but there was no reportable action. Item number 2, tonight the council in closed session approved a settlement agreement that would conclude the matter Downey versus Martin Collin and all pending cross complaints. Following discussion with legal counsel, the City Council approved the settlement with the following material terms. 1, defendant owner of the property will maintain the subject property in compliance with all applicable laws, and the lien holders will do the same should they gain possession or control of the subject property. The city will be reimbursed for city's attorney's fees in the amount of $85,000, payable within 10 days of full execution of the settlement documents. Defendant, property owner, and all tenants shall consent to inspections by the city to ensure continued compliance, and the complaint and cross-complaint would be dismissed as to all parties. The motion to approve the settlement was made by Councilmember Ashton, seconded by Mayor Frumetta, and passed unanimously. Item numbers 3 through 5 on the closed session agenda, the City Council gave settlement authority for these worker comp cases, but there was no reportable action for each of these items. That ends the closed session report.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. The special city council meeting is now adjourned. Now, before I begin the regular city council meeting, I would like to inform members of the public that I will be taking public comment for non-agenda public comment and for items on the agenda via our teleconference line. Those wishing to address the city council may call 562-299-6622 when I make the announcement. In order to ensure that non-English speakers receive the same opportunity to directly address the City Council, the City of Downey will continue to follow the Government Code Section 54954.3 and provide non-English speakers double the allotted time to make their public comments utilizing a translator. All other speakers will be given the allotted 3-minute speaking time as established by the Downey Municipal Code. All public comments will be recorded into the record. Once your time has ended, the call will be immediately disconnected. For those who have submitted their comments via email, your comments will be read into the record at the appropriate times during the meeting, and no additional public comment will be permitted via teleconference. So I would like to call to order the regular City Council meeting. City Clerk Duarte, would you please take roll?
Yes, Mayor. Before I take roll, I would like to inform members of the audience that Council Members Alvarez and Ashton are participating in this meeting via teleconference. Councilmember Alvarez?
Here.
Thank you. Councilmember Ashton?
Present.
Councilmember Trujillo? Present. Mayor Pro Tem Pacheco?
Present.
And Mayor Frumetta.
Present. I would like now to call, the invocation will be led by our dear, dear friend and former mayor, who I sorely missed on the city council, former Mayor Rick Rodriguez. Would you please lead us on the invocation, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Please stand.
And, thank you, council, for inviting me to do this. This is probably the best job we can ever have in our city. You know, it's been said that the most successful people are people with the most influential friends. And you folks that have been selected to be the most successful people the Lord is allowed to serve as the leaders of our community. So I want to pray for you and pray for our city. So let's pray. Dear Lord, we pray this evening to you, Lord, to watch over our city, protect us from evil, both spiritual and man-made. Lord, our city is proud to serve you, and we pray for our people. We pray for our people the desire to build a strong, healthy, God-loving city and community. Lord, we pray for our public safety, the members of our Downey fire and police departments and their families. And Lord, we ask for a special blessing for our young people that desire to serve in today's military. Lord, watch over them as they protect this one great nation under God. We pray these things in all private matters of our hearts, Lord, in the mighty name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Rick.
Yes, ma'am.
Sending you a big virtual hug.
Thank you.
And I will now like to call Blake Calvert to conduct the flag salute.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Blake. We're now going to do some presentations downstairs. Good evening again, everybody. It is nice to see you all tonight. I will start with the Mayor's Champion Award. When COVID-19 first hit, and we knew we needed to provide options. I need the Calvert family in, please. Thank you. No, that's okay. When COVID-19 first hit, and we knew we needed to provide options for our vulnerable senior population to access regular healthy meals, we were afraid that we would not have the workforce to cover the response. The Parks and Recreation Department created a new senior grab-and-go meal program and a home delivery option for seniors who were homebound and unable to go to the senior center to pick up their meals. Parks and Recreation staff reached out to Michael Calvert, the executive director of our Downey Chamber of Commerce, to see if the Downey Chamber might help us find volunteers to assist with home deliveries. Immediately, Michael showed up with multiple groups ready to assist our local seniors. Throughout the last 55 weeks, we have had between 85 to 125 weekly deliveries to Downey seniors. And Michael has been with our staff every step of the way. Michael alone has volunteered over 200 hours over the last 55 weeks. We are so very thankful for his spirit of volunteerism and overall love for the community. Michael, you've displayed such a tremendous giving spirit throughout this pandemic. We appreciate you, we thank you, and I would like to present to you with the Mayor's Champion Award. I will go ahead and read the Mayor's Champion Award. This goes to Michael Calvert. On behalf of the citizens of Downey, in recognition of your outstanding citizenship and activities enhancing the community of Downey, your exemplary efforts and accomplishments have been of enormous value to our community and have helped further, excuse me, the common goal of making our city a better place for all. Thank you for being a champion for what is good and honorable in our community. Thank you, Michael. Let me go ahead and put on my mask. It says I'm going to get too close to you. It is so. We've been vaccinated together. Very good. And this is my mayor's challenge coin. So thank you for being such a great champion for our community. Let's go ahead and jump to the front. We can take a picture together and then have your family join us. You can position us.
If I may. First off, thank you very much, Mayor. This is exciting and something I didn't really think would ever really happen. This program, developed through Parks and Recreation, not only delivers food, but it's about reaching out to the seniors. We're required to call them before we show up. We make sure that we just don't drop it off on the porch. We make sure that they're there. We see them, and I think it's important to know that there's not somebody who's just so desperately ill and nobody's following up on them. So a lot of these people live alone. I'll give you one example. Lovely lady named Dora. 3 weeks ago, she lost her husband. And the next morning, I was there delivering her food, and she told me. And so I was asking her what we could do and if she needed anything. And her concern was she wanted to get her COVID shot so she could go to her husband's funeral. So went back to the office at Parks and Rec and told them, we have a little chart, made a little note. By the next week when I got there and I asked her how things were going, and she said, they called, they set up the appointment, and she was able to get her shot, at least the first one. So she was very excited, and I'm sure by now she's had the second. That's kind of what the city does and takes care of people. So I think it's really exciting. I'm proud to be a part of this program, and you can't keep me out of the parking lot with the food. So there you go. You guys.
We miss you too.
Thank you. And thank you for doing such a great job with the chamber. We really appreciate that too. I want to bring up the executive director of the Community Family Guidance Center. I had the pleasure of touring the facility here in our own city of Downey. You can stand right here. Thank you. Thank you. How are you doing? Good to see you. Let me tell you a little bit about the Community Family Guidance Center. Its mission is to assist underserved children and their families heal from trauma, abuse, emotional, behavioral, and mental health issues through proven interventions and compassionate guidance. They provide a safe place where families can heal and restore their lives. Each year, Community Family Guidance Center provides high-quality counseling services to more than 1,400 children in need and work with family members and teachers. They deliver, on average, more than 33,000 therapy sessions per year. That's really fantastic. The center has created strong community partnerships with local schools and social service agencies to deliver services that strengthen their clients and their families through a collaborative, integrated approach. Community Family Guidance Center is genuinely an excellent organization and is working to better our community. And we are so lucky to have them in our city. And especially as we had an opportunity to chat a couple of weeks ago when I toured the facility, we talked about how, again, COVID has had such a profound impact on our families and especially our children. And again, being away from school, that personal touch, the distance learning has really been difficult. And children have really have undergone some very, very challenging times on the mental and certainly abuse arena, unfortunately. So I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you for the work that you are doing through this center, and thank you for providing the assistance to our families in need, and especially our children, because they are such an integral part of who our community is and who our future is, frankly. So I want to give you the Mayor's Legacy Award. The Mayor's Legacy Award reads the Community Family Guidance Center on behalf of the citizens of Downey in recognition of your selfless dedication and always going above and beyond for others. Your heartfelt efforts and accomplishments have been of enormous value to our community and have helped to further the common goal of making our city a better place for all. Thank you for leaving a legacy of service and generosity in our community, and in the process also impacting and changing the lives of so many children and so many families. Thank you. We appreciate you.
Thank you. It's beautiful. Thank you.
And I will like to also present to you my mayor's challenge. This is for you. And would you like to say a few words?
Well, I'd just like to thank Madam Mayor for this award. It's very much an honor, and I appreciate it very much. We love what we do. It's our calling, and we've been doing it here in Downey for 45 years now. And Downey is actually our biggest client draw, if you will. 1/3 of our clients come from Downey. In fact, this week alone, we're going to see 100 kids from Downey. So we are taking care of Downey residents, and that's our calling, and we're going to do it, and we're going to do it to the best of our ability. And we really appreciate this city, and especially you, Madam Mayor, for recognizing us. We greatly appreciate that. And if anybody listening out there needs help, please contact us. Go online, look up cfgccenter.com, and we will get you help. Thank you. I can't put this mask on with one hand.
We now have a proclamation for Arbor Day. Who's going to accept it? And if our Director of Public Works, Delfino, can join me, we have a proclamation for Arbor Day. Whereas in 1872, J. Sterling Morton proposed to the Nebraska Board of Agriculture that a special day be set aside for the planting of trees. And whereas this holiday called Arbor Day was first observed with planting of more than 1 million trees in Nebraska. And whereas Arbor Day is now observed throughout the nation and the world, and whereas all communities in California can designate their own Arbor Day based upon the climatic conditions of the community, and whereas trees in our city increase property values. And again, many people perhaps know this, and many people in our community do not. I know that over the past year and a half, we have had the tree people planting trees all over our street. And again, trees increase property values, and it's so significant because not only do they help, provide, cleaner air, but also increase property values, and that's important. They enhance the economic vitality of business areas and beautify our community. And whereas trees can reduce erosion of our precious topsoil by wind and water, decrease heating and cooling costs, moderate the temperature, clean the air, produce life-sustaining oxygen and food, and provide habitats for wildlife. And whereas trees are a renewable resource providing paper, wood, fuel, and beauty for our community, and whereas trees, wherever they are planted, are a source of joy and spiritual renewal. And we can see it in our parks. We have beautiful parks that have been renovated, and the community appreciates that. And every time we drive by our park and see families gathered under a tree because they provide such amazing shade. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Claudia Amfrometa, Mayor of the City of Downey, do hereby proclaim April 30th as Arbor Day in the City of Downey, and urge all citizens to celebrate Arbor Day and to support efforts to protect our trees and woodlands and to plant trees to gladden the heart and promote the well-being of this and future generations. Signed today. Thank you, Delfino. I don't mean to put you on the spot, but do you know how many trees we've planted overall? Do you have an idea? Would you like to?
On behalf of the Public Works Department, I would like to thank Mayor Frometa and the City Council for this proclamation. This year's, I guess this is the third consecutive year that we will be celebrating Arbor Day here in the city of Downey, at least in recent years. So the highlight of this year's celebration will include a tree planting event, which will be held on Saturday, April 24th at 10 o'clock in the morning. And it will be at the southeast corner of Civic Center Drive and 3rd Street. So we have accomplished a lot this past year and a half. Just at the last City Council meeting, the City Council adopted the city's first urban forest management plan and the street tree master plan, which will serve as a blueprint for implementation of the city's urban forest vision and management goals. As the mayor mentioned, this past year and a half, we planted approximately 3,000 trees citywide as part of the Tree People project and a grant from CAL FIRE. And this year, once again, we are recognized as a Tree City USA. And none of these accomplishments would have been possible without the City Council's support and direction. So thank you very much again for this proclamation.
And we have one more presentation. I will ask our Assistant City Manager, John Ascui, to come up and give us a report on, actually a presentation on Measure S projects. Thank you, John, for such great leadership and diligence overseeing all these projects. I know it's been such a difficult time, and I know that we were a little bit delayed because of the pandemic. Otherwise, we definitely would have opened up a lot of the parks and all the things right on schedule or even before, but certainly we've navigated through the most challenging time of our lives. So thank you for your leadership on that. I'll go up there and you can start presentation.
I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Let's see. Madam Mayor, may I proceed?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, I appreciate the opportunity for providing an update on the Measure S Infrastructure Improvement Program. It's been some time since I last presented an update report to you. And since we are getting close to the end of the program, I thought that this would be an opportune moment to give you a review of what we have done so far and what we have accomplished. We certainly need to celebrate our accomplishments every time we have an opportunity, and here is one. As you know, Madam Mayor, Measure S was approved in 2016 as a result of the vision of the City Council for improving maintaining and improving public safety, as well as setting aside funds in order to improve the infrastructure throughout the city, parks, and other public facilities that had not been any improvements in the last 50 years. So in 2016, thanks to the citizens of Downey, Measure S was passed. And if you recall, essentially it had two components. The proceeds from the sales tax increase, which generated about $9.5 million, was to set aside 50-50, half of it to go towards enhancing and maintaining public safety. One of the first acts that we undertook by City Council's direction was to, of course, hire 10 additional police officers about 2.5 years ago now. We also hired additional personnel in the police department as well as the fire department. Also, the much needed improvement as far as the equipment, communications equipment for both the fire department and the police department was accomplished. The other half, about $4.5 million, the council, with the vision that it had, thought that it would be best for us to leverage that annual income for the next 20 years and turn it into a revenue bond so that we can realize a funding upfront so we can do more with the money. Because there are two ways you could do it. You could pay for project as you go. $4.5 million really doesn't buy you much, and you lose the value of, through inflation and other cost increases, you would lose the value of money. So in 20 years, really $4.5 million would have not done anything. So the council decided the bond proceeds were secured in December, latter part of December 2017, to the tune of about $50 million. And the council earmarked 7 major parks in the city, as well as other facilities in the city to be improved. So a program was undertaken, but because of the fact that one of the caveats of the, like any other program that you undertake of this magnitude, you always are presented with some opportunities and some challenges. So the opportunities was, of course, to improve city parks and facilities, most of which had not gone under comprehensive modernization, as I mentioned, since the 50s. The other thing is that once you float a bond and you get, in this case, we got $50 million, there are opportunities to manage your cash flow in the way that you can accrue additional income through accruing interests. So you essentially stretch your dollars even more if you manage your cash flow properly. The other one was maximizing the opportunity to use the economies of scale. How we banded these projects together, how we timed them, the sequencing of work, which one's going to go get done first, which ones are going to come a latter part. Managing that part of a program provided us an opportunity to use the economies of scale. When you contract up a volume of work, your price comes down. So, and we wanted certainly to do that rather than bidding out each project on its own. As I indicated, a program like this, as comprehensive as it is, provided also some challenges. The major challenge for us was a short duration for implementation. One of the caveats of the bond was that we had to complete majority of the projects by December of 2020. So when we started the work in early part of 2018, and we were mandated to finish it in 2020 December, that only gave us roughly around a year and a half, a little bit more than a year and a half. That is tight. Typically, a project, public works project takes about 12 to 18 months from inception to completion. So that became a challenge for us. So we had to fine tune and use the methodologies in doing the construction in such a way to save, every minute of time. And I'll share some details with you. The other one was, when you take parks out of, and as you know, we don't have enough parks in the city as much as we need to have. So taking a part out of commission for a duration of time, as short as the duration is a challenge, because you're disrupting services, you're disrupting programs for the folks that are used to. So managing that part of it was also difficult. And I guess, as I mentioned, 80% of the proceeds had to be spent by December 2020. As you know, and it's second nature to these sort of programs, when you do improvement programs like this, there's what we refer to as a scope creep. You start from somewhere, just like when you're doing a kitchen remodel in the house. You want to change the counters and the counters only, and then you end up changing the cabinets, buying new equipment, so forth and so on. These projects were not done, touched in 50 years. So you have you envision a program, you have your thresholds for your budget, but you want to just do a little more. And a good example of it was our fire stations. Fire stations were never earmarked for getting expanded to the limit that we did, but it was something that needed to be done. And as far as the logistics, again, as I mentioned, the closure of parks, the closure of fire stations, how many fire stations are going to be taken out at the same time without disruption of the service or minimizing disruption to the service? Programming those sort of things was also a challenge for us. And of course, when you take the personnel out of fire stations, where do you house them? So we had to build a temporary fire station. We had to build a temporary dispatch center. So bringing all those pieces together, and again, in an 18 months duration, was a challenge for us. Now, Firestone Boulevard is, and the reason that I have this, it was just a reminder to myself. It was never a part of course, Measure S. But about 11, 12 years ago, Firestone Boulevard was earmarked to be improved. At the lower left, you would see what it would have looked like had we gone with the plans that was on the table available. But the vision of this council has always been to take that extra mile, to go that extra mile, to set the bar higher. The vision of the council mandates the staff to think outside of the box, stretch those dollars, and do more so that you can improve the quality of life for our citizens. So we went back to the drawing board. We worked with a downtown subcommittee, and we had the idea that we got to create a showcase, a public place, not just a paving of a street, so we can demonstrate to everyone that our downtown is unique in its features. It provides opportunities that you hadn't seen elsewhere. We went and sketched out from scratch how the entry markers in the median is going to look like, how the entry markers in our city entrances are going to look like. And you've noticed these are unique. You don't see them in any other community, and that's exactly the sort of identity we wanted to create. Even our bus shelters, you don't see them anywhere else. You know what? Because we designed them in-house, and in fact, they're patented. They're patented to the city of Downey, in the name of the city of Downey. So if you see anyone that's copied us, let me know, and I'll take care of it. So going from a repaving of a street to this was implementing the vision of the city council. Was again the mandate by the city council for staff to do more, to set the bar higher, and that's exactly the type of mentality that we carried through to implement the Measure S projects. Again, project and implementation phases and plan. Typical park and facility improvement project, as you could see, takes about 27 to 30 months with different phases. 4 months of planning, 9 months of design, 3 months of bidding, You go through a process of award to this, by the city council, and roughly about a year of construction. We couldn't do that. So what we had to do, and by the way, we didn't add, in managing about what ended up to be a $67 million program in about 2 years, we didn't add one position to the city staff. Everything was done through consultants and with minimum number of folks, and I'll prove that point to you a little bit later in the presentation, and employing things that we hadn't done in here before. So we used a software in order to manage our program. That software gave us the ability to have communications with the architects, engineers, inspectors, contractors instantly. And that reduced the time for plan check, that reduced the time for reviewing plans and documents, and that gave us the ability to shrink, as you see for Apollo Park as an example, the typical duration of 30 months to 20 months. And in case of the fire station number 1 to 24 months. So again, thinking outside of the box, using the toolbox that is available to you in order to stretch the dollars and minimize the time of implementation. Now, in order to minimize the impact to citizens as far as taking the parks out of commission, we sat down with the Parks and Recreation Department and asked them to communicate and have series of meetings with the end users, with the folks that were involved with the sports, organized sports, and with their input, we figured out which parks we're going to take out of commission and for which periods of time. So that's what you see in front of you. For example, the phase 1 of our parks project included Apollo and Dennis the Menace. The period of implementation was May 2019 to December 2019. We shifted it forward to July and took out 3 more parks, Golden Park, Independence, Wilderness, while the first phase was getting completed, and ultimately the last phase of the project improvement of the parks, the 7 parks, was Furman Park and Discovery Park. We started in September 2019. In case of Discovery, it was completed in April because it was a limited scope of work. And then in case of Furman, it was June of 2020, which was delivered. Where are we now? We're pretty much done. All the park projects are done. You had a ribbon cutting at Wilderness today. And the only major projects that are left are fire stations number 2 and 4. We're about 61% complete in one, 71% on the other, with the completion anticipated by middle of May for both fire stations. And then we are going to demobilize the temporary station and move our folks back to their brand new stations. These are some of the examples of the facility improvements projects. As I mentioned, are 4 fire stations. 3 of them now. We have 2-story fire stations with our living quarters separate from the operational quarters that are downstairs. The living quarters are upstairs. Those are stations 1, 3, and 4. And station number 2, because we had the real estate to expand the station horizontally, there is no second station, but yet we have a separate living quarters from the operational quarters. The library renovation, I much rather call the library now a learning center / library, and we go through some detail with that. We spent about $7.5 million on the fire stations, about $23 million. The theater plaza and courtyard was a huge improvement, inviting space, public space now in front of the theater, and that was about roughly about $3 million, which included, by the way, a significant improvement, which was the ability to access the second floor of the theater. You could see the exterior elevator. Again, we could have gone with a utility type of elevator. We wanted to create an art piece. If you have seen that at night, it's like a beacon. You can see it anywhere from the city, and it's a landmark. Police station upgrades much needed for our folks, roughly about $2.5 million. That was done a year and a half ago. City Hall and Civic Center, from the improvements that is going to get done in the City Hall, as well as the library, behind the library, the shade structure that we put in for the folks to gather. And then, of course, the other facilities that we have done improvements off and on, that was $4.5 million. Now, while we were going through the phase of designing these projects, because design takes about 6 to 9 months, we wanted to get some things done. We call those the quick start projects. They didn't require a lot of design. They didn't require a lot of planning. Those were the futsal fields at Independence Park that was done in 2019 early part, as well as the Rio Hondo Event Center. And you have all been there. You've seen the work that has been done there. Beautiful, beautiful facility, inviting facility now. Park improvements, Golden Park, about $3 million we spent in there. Various improvements. Discovery was one of those parks with a major improvement, which included an artificial turf field that is going to give us the ability to utilize those fields much better than what we have done in the past. Fairmont Park, as you recall, it's an award-winning park project. We got an award from American Public Works Association not too long ago. Beautiful, beautiful gathering place. I've heard compliments from other folks from other cities that come and visit our city on that park. About $5.5 million spent there. Apollo Park, again, we have a synthetic field in there that gives us the ability to utilize that field much more than what we have managed in the past. About $4.5 million. Dennis the Menace, Independence Park with a new restroom facility, new storage facility, improvement of the fields, lighting, and again, the futsal fields in there. And then Wilderness Park, as you know, there was 2 phases. It was the general area of the park with the lighting, pedestrian lighting, walkways, new irrigation system, and then, of course, the ponds, which was not necessarily a Measure S project, but we undertook that one and got it done as an extension of the Measure S program. Now, again, Fairmont Park, we talked about it. Beautiful, beautiful facility. Irrigation system, new picnic shelters, turf and playfield upgrades, tennis courts resurfacing, new restroom building, much needed. Community building upgrades and parking lot upgrades, which included additional space for cars. As you know, it was a tight parking space. We reclaimed a portion of the park and turned it into a parking lot. Polo Park, these are some before pictures, and of course some after, again, pictures. Synthetic turf, ADA improvements, picnic shelters, rubberized surfacing at play area, parking lot lighting, ball fields, new lighting, and furnishings including picnic tables, benches, and so forth. Police station upgrades. You see the condition of our locker rooms prior to the improvements. And this is our brand new facility. Fire station number 3 on Paramount. This is a before. As I indicated to you, this is before conditions. And we went with a 2-story beautiful facility, individual dorm rooms for our firefighters, and every 2 rooms shares a bathroom and shower facility. I don't know if you had visited the old stations, but all of them shared just one bathroom. And we wanted to highlight Wilderness Park to show some of the slides in here, and the library project, only because when I was here before you last time, these projects were under construction. They had not been completed. Wilderness Park, you just opened it. It has been open for a few days now, so I know most of the folks have not seen the beautiful pictures or haven't visited, but we wanted to share some of the pictures. Brand new ponds. Ponds mechanical system was completely overhauled. Now the 2 ponds are interconnected, so it's easier to manage the level of water and also maintaining the chemistry in the water. We have added a couple of aeration geyser systems and a creek to recycle the water, and again, it will be much easier to manage it. We hardened the edge of the ponds in order for the wildlife to be contained a little bit more, and also maintain the ponds, cleaner ponds. We created some estuaries actually in the ponds to plant some water living plants. Again, that helps with the chemistry, maintaining the chemistry of the water. Brand new restroom building, brand new shelters, playground resurfacing. And of course, now you see some of the features that I just mentioned to you. That's the estuary to the left of the picture, and the geyser to the bottom. And then you see a glimpse of the parking lot and the bridge. If you recall, the bridge had to be removed about, I want to say 10 years ago, because it was unsafe. So we put in a brand new bridge. Again, with a mandate to manage our dollars as much as we could. We figured out that if the city were to buy a prefabricated bridge and have a contractor to install it, it would be half of the cost. So we used that half of the savings and put it somewhere else in the park, and that's what we ended up with. But we thought about it, and we said we are going to add some features to the bridge, to the prefab bridge, to make it as if it was done on site and it's a part and parcel of the rest of the park. So we added the handrails in there that matches the observation deck handrails. And the bottom, the cobblestone in there is a feature that you see throughout the facility that has been done. So it looks a part and parcel of the entire park. And to the left, you see that creek running into the north lake or pond. And of course, we provided opportunities for walking. These are the decomposed granite pathways around the lakes. A few months ago, I showed you this slide. This was the rendering of the architect and the vision of the architect for the city library. Now, in my experience, the drawings, the renditions are always nicer than the actual work. They always come nicer than the actual work. But I tell you, this was an exception. Because these are the real pictures that you see from the entrance of the library. It just turned out to be a gorgeous facility, vibrant. We use different colors and different materials in the front to make sure that the library is going to be visible from everywhere from the Civic Center. We also extended the entrance and provided floor to ceiling open windows to essentially open the inside to the outside and the outside to the inside. So it becomes one space. To the right is, as you enter the library, you will see the Friends of the Library to your right, a station for them, and to your left would be the information and check-in desk. As you know, I've told you that, we didn't have a lot of money to do the library. So what we wanted to do is to utilize colors, shapes, in order to define spaces and also create an environment that is going to be welcoming and warm and enticing. So we couldn't lift the entire ceiling up because that would have been nice to have an open ceiling. We couldn't do that because of issues with the mechanical systems being in the way and so forth and so on. So what we tried to do is to drop the ceiling. And drop ceilings have many shapes and forms. Typically, when you go to an office building, there are 2x2s or 3x3 tiles, uniform, not much creativity in there. So we decided to use the same material but different shapes and drop the elevations up and down and use different features inside those panels to create some interest. As you can see in the entrance, we built in lighting into the tiles to create some interest. And the other thing is that we use the colors on the floor, in the ceiling, under the walls to define the areas. So when you go to the adult section of the library, it's a reddish color. When you go to the youth section, it's blue. And when you go to the youth section, it's a greenish color. So it doesn't matter where you are in the library. If you're looking down, you're looking up, or you're looking at the walls, you know where you are. And on top of that, we got a beautiful wayfinding sign as you enter that tells you where to go. That's suspended from the ceiling, and you could see that on the upper corner on the right-hand picture. That's that feature that I mentioned. In the entrance to the library, there is a self-checkout that you could see to the left. And here you have a view of the library to the south, which is the red color, which is the adult section. That's again the extension of that to the end of the south area. As you could see, creative seating areas that we have created for comfort of the visitors. These are unique. You could see some. We try to incorporate colors and shapes to create some interest in the different areas of the library. As you can see, to the left of you, you have this area that is called the den. You're looking from the entrance into the den. The den used to be the interior space, which is right here in the middle, right here. This used to be the computer room. Forgive me, but it was a very blah, undefined, not very interesting space, and look at it now. Even on the ceiling, what we did, we installed steel plates with colors inside that mimics the color of the walls. And then rather than having regular lights, we did the suspended rectangular lights that are giving it interest, especially as it reflects on that stainless steel ceiling. We also created individual study rooms that we didn't have before. And we created workspaces for the new technology, such as the space that you see in here that is now called the workshop. This is where the 3D printers are going to be installed so folks can get together in there and create. And also the art projects are going to get done there. Here is in the middle, you could see an example of the furniture that we're employing for the youth section. As you could see, this invites folks to visit and collaborate. They can do their homework, they can do their research. We have outlets for computers in there. All they have to do is just come in, plug in their laptop, do their homework, collaborate on projects together. To your left is the new Cormac room. Right here. The Cormac room is about 18% larger than what it used to be, and it has some very interesting features in there. It can be open like this and incorporated into the rest of the library, or these doors that are sliding glass doors could be closed, curtains be drawn, and you can have a presentation function in there. And you have also bleachers these are electrical bleachers that can be opened and closed. When they're closed, you're not using them, they're stacked against the wall. You can open them to have an audience for a program that you're conducting inside. It also has a secondary door because we have an entrance to the north of that goes into the cafe space. So if you're having a function here, you don't have to go through the main entrance. You can simply come through the other door, the north door, enter here, take care of your program, and exit the same way. And of course, my favorite space in the entire facility is the children's section. Again, we wanted to create some interest, create an inviting place for the kids. So we had the option of going with the regular bookcases, not very appealing, not very inviting, not very playful. And then we decided to spend a little bit more money and get these circular bookcases that you see in here. These are movable, and you can adjust the height of each unit, and they are combined with seating areas. So if a parent is coming in there with their child, and the parents want to sit there and watch their children checking out a book or reading a book, that provides that ability. If you want to make the space a little bit bigger or smaller, depending on what the needs are, you can change the shape and format of these bookcases. And of course, we also built a platform on the east side of the facility. You can see the edge of that. That creates a space for gathering of the kids, let's say a story time. They can be up there. Again, these are two views from the children's section. As you can see, the smaller scale furniture for the little ones to sit around and read a book. Now, a program like this at the end of it, you want to come in and examine what you have done and measure your level of success. And the way we did measure our success was through a matrix of how much money did we put into the ground and how much money did we use to put the money in the ground. As you know, in the construction industry, there are two components to each project. One is called the soft costs. Soft costs are like cost of design, inspection, testing of materials, so forth and so on. Typical public works project, if you look at it, the soft costs run anywhere between 20% up to 35%. I didn't go that high range. I go, let's assume the average of 26% for a typical project right here. That leaves you about 74% for things to get done, brick and mortar. For every dollar, you spend 74 cents in actually doing the work and 26 cents to get the work done. When we do our calculations for what we have done so far in the program, we only are using 16%, 16 cents, 10% less than a typical project. And we're putting more into the ground. Again, that was the mandate for us. Set the bar higher by managing it right, by doing it right, by using different toolboxes, so you can stretch that $50 million as much as you can so you can do more. So let me translate that for you. That 10% savings in soft cost equal to about $5 million. That paid for Wilderness Park and Independence Park. So two of our parks we paid for by managing our projects right. That's a success story. The other one was how we are going to use our cash flow. Rather than taking the $50 million up front, we took it in portions through how we manage the programs in different stages. And in doing so, we accrued about $2.3 million that we didn't have before. That equals to the cost of improvements at police stations. So by managing the projects right, and by stretching our dollars through managing our cash flow, we saved about $7.3 million, which essentially paid for 3 projects. And that is a success story that needs to be celebrated. This was a great opportunity for staff. We are very, very grateful for the council, your vision, and of course, very grateful for the trust that the city manager had in staff to get this program done. This is a chance of a lifetime, and I am sure very glad and very proud to have been a part of it. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, John. I don't have any questions. All I can say is this is such a historic time for our city, and we are fortunate. Our 113,000 residents are so fortunate and so blessed to live in this city because many cities around us have reached breaking points, and certainly the pandemic has dealt a blow to their budgets. And yet, this city, because of its leadership and because of its good management and people like all of you, thank you, City Manager Levis, thank you, John, and all of the staff that work so diligently behind the scenes. These projects that you've just presented to us and to all of the people that are watching are really a testament to the commitment that we all have to the city of Downey, because while those of us that occupy these chairs may do so for a number of years, these projects will be here for generations, and these are legacy projects. And what was done in the midst of increasing challenges and certainly the cost of things, we typically don't see the costs go down, we see costs go up. And so thank you for the thorough presentation. And no project is ever perfect, and we can certainly see sometimes details and things that continue to be looked at and corrected. But all in all, everything that has happened over the last couple of years through Measure S has been really outstanding. So thank you for this presentation, and thank you for the work that has gone on all of these projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, John. Nice presentation.
Thank you, John.
Well, after those presentations and that feel-good measure S, I know my council colleagues and I had the pleasure to attend ribbon cutting for Wilderness Park today, and we also had the opportunity to see a couple of individuals enjoying the lake, and they were just thrilled to be there. Now is the time for city council member announcements, requests for future agenda items, and conference and or meeting reports. So I will start with my far right, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Oh, actually, I'll start with you, and then I'll follow it up with Councilmember Trujillo.
Thank you, and I just want to reiterate, thank you, John, for the presentation. It was very thorough. A lot of information was given, but a lot of work was provided and accomplished in our city. So thank you very much. So I want to start off by welcoming everyone to our council meeting. I hope everybody had a nice Easter break if you took an Easter break, and welcome back if you did take an Easter break. Some events I did want to mention that I attended was on March 30th, we had the pleasure of commemorating National Vietnam War Veterans Day, which is on March 29th. On this day, we honor all those who served our country during the Vietnam War. So to all those who are watching and who have served or have loved ones who have served, thank you for your service. Last Wednesday, I also had the pleasure of attending the virtual Coffee with the Cop event, and I had the honor of giving welcoming remarks. It was nice to see the community engage and asking our officers various questions. I do believe they answered all of the questions that were asked. It was informative, interactive. It was a lot of fun. So thank you, Chief, for holding this great event. We even had lighting, and it was really nice. And like was previously mentioned, today we had the honor of, or actually the pleasure of attending the reopening of Wilderness Park. Park is now open. It's open to the public, and it was nice to see our residents enjoying the park. We've seen people bike riding. We've seen people walking their dogs, walking, even fishing. So it was just nice to see the residents enjoying the park. And I know all of our parks are now open, so the residents can now go to their brand new parks and enjoy the brand new amenities. So that's always something nice to see residents happy and enjoying the parks, and even being thankful and just saying thank you to us for doing that. But it's really thanks to the staff who put in a lot of work. So thank you to our city manager and to our assistant city manager for all your hard work and dedication. Some upcoming events that I did want to mention, our supervisor, Janice Hahn, and our mayor will be hosting a community event on Thursday, which will be held virtually. It is in regards to the restorative village at Rancho Los Amigos Hospital, and I'm sure our mayor will touch upon this event. And also this Friday, there will be a drive-through food distribution at the LA County Library in collaboration with Assemblywoman Cristina Garcia. And in case you have paper that needs to be shredded, this Saturday is a shredding event at Downey City Hall West parking lot from 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. The limit is 3 banker boxes per residence. Bags will not be accepted. And that concludes my comments. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem Pacheco. Councilmember Trujillo.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Our Mayor Pro Tem covered several of the things I was going to touch on. So I was just wondering if, well, I'm getting questions about stimulus money and what it's going to be used for. And I was wondering if we could get some sort of update on how this federal stimulus money is going to be spent. In particular, I'm curious to see if we'll be able to use any of it for affordable housing, which I know is a big issue for our residents. So that's the only request, if you will, that I had. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
And I will have our city manager leave us touch on that a little bit. I know we met regarding budgets, and I know that is I too have gotten many requests for information regarding that. But I don't want to put you on the spot,
Oh, that's
city manager leave us. But perhaps maybe at a next council meeting we can discuss a little bit more in depth.
Absolutely, I'd be happy to do that. We're actually been working on that actually since the announcement came out. There was some clarifications that we needed from the federal government. We're in the process of doing that, but rest assured that we do have a plan, and we'll bring it forth to you. As you know, there are limits to what you can use that money for, and so we'll also present to you that, and we'll do that next meeting. So. Be happy to do that.
Thank you, City Manager Levis. Councilmember Ashton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Really quick, I'm getting numerous email complaints from residents about Tempo Cantina on Paramount. I just got one about 20 minutes ago during the meeting. Just complaining about lack of parking, a lot of trash. And I've driven by there, like it's been kind of quiet since the pandemic has kind of shuttered everything. But now that everything's starting to open up, same issues we were having, before the pandemic with people double parking or, to let people off, and just some very unsafe situations there. And if we can have code enforcement and police go out there to kind of just make sure that the last thing we want is somebody to get into an accident because of that. If there's a way that the restaurant can mitigate that, that's a situation that's going to be a bigger problem if we don't do anything about it. So if we can get staff to go out there and work on that, I'd appreciate that. Another item, the next meeting is generally the meeting that we use to commemorate the Armenian genocide, and I'd be appreciative if we can have a proclamation for that done as well for the next council meeting in April. And with that, that concludes my comments. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Ashton, and thank you for bringing up the Armenian genocide. That was exactly what I was going to mention in my comments. Thank you once again. Councilmember Alvarez.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and colleagues. Thank you, John, for the presentation. And my comments are going to be a little bit long, so I'm going to try not to take that much time. So, oh my God, my computer is not working. I'm so sorry, my computer is not working well. Okay, at the previous meeting, I brought up the issue of having the city to host a Downey Pride family picnic. And I heard everyone's concerns from my fellow council members. The timing because of the pandemic and the cost. Now that the governor has announced that his goal is to open up the economy by June 15, I would like the staff to research the possibility of holding a Downey Family Pride picnic on Saturday, June 26th from 12 to 4. I would like to know what the forcible restrictions for outdoor gatherings will be for late June based on current guidelines, and the scheduled plans for reopening the state by June 15 as announced by the governor. I would like a recommendation for a site as a park is preferred, budget of what this would cost. The city will provide a mobile stage that is used for concerts in the park. The city will organize activities and entertainment for the families, similar to how we have done for Easter and Halloween. The city is hosting a community event on local park with the activities for Downey families. It's nothing new with the information, and I am seeking should be readily available. The event would focus on Downey youth and invite the Warren High School Rainbow Alliance and the Downey High School Trevor Project members and their families. The event will be open to everyone. The city will provide hamburgers, hot dogs, chips, and sodas. Families will be encouraged to bring their blankets and camping chairs picnic style. I am looking for a proposed budget for 1,000 attendees. It could be more, it could be less. This particular number, I'm not sure about it. I want a budget and a logistic that putting on such an event will entail. I would like this presented to the council for approval in our next council meeting on April 27. Second, I want to mention that I have talked to many small businesses and I'm getting the same feedback from the owners towards the city. They are continuously telling me that the city does not answer calls or they cannot apply for the grant. I want to ask how much money is in place for the small businesses, and also how long does it take for a staff to get back to them. We all know that small businesses owners have suffered too much during this pandemic, and we cannot give them false expectations. I want to help with the.
Councilmember Alvarez, can you turn your camera on? Can we see you?
Why do I have to turn it on?
Well, we are in a council meeting. I thought we would be, all of the residents that are in the meeting would like to see all of us.
Well, Sean Ashton didn't turn in his camera on, so I'm not gonna do it either. And I'm sorry, but you stopped my comment, so please do not do that again. Also, how long does it take for staff to get back to them? We all know that small businesses owners have suffered too much during this pandemic, and we cannot give them false expectations. So I want to help with that, and I need to say that they can apply and be helped to be eligible for the grants that the city is providing. So I really encourage the city to help on this particular issue. So my next comment is that today, Ms. Mayor, you gave me a very unpleasant comment because I was not going to be present at the chambers. And I like to let you, Mayor, and my colleagues know that I'm really sick and I can see it'll be standing for long term. And that is why I cannot participate in person at the meeting. If you remember the last meeting, that's what happened. And I couldn't be sitting down for so long. I was just stepping out and from my chair. And I want my constituents and my community to know that Mayor Claudia Frometa has been disrespectful to me, and this needs to stop. City Manager Gilbert Levi's, please, I hold you accountable to teach the mayor to speak with respect. I treat all of you with respect, and I want the same in return. And this is the first notice. This needs to stop. And this concludes my comments. Thank you.
I want to welcome everybody to our meeting. And I have a few comments. Some of my council colleagues have already mentioned some of the events that we will be having. We will be having, as I promised you during my mayoral goals, the second food distribution drive in partnership with Assemblywoman Cristina Garcia. That is happening on Friday. This coming Friday, April 16th, from 9 a.m. to 12, Mayor Pro Tem Pacheco and I will be there to welcome our residents with Assemblywoman Cristina Garcia. As you know, at the beginning of the year in January, I did that in collaboration and with the support of County Supervisor Janice Hahn. Also, as was mentioned, Thursday, April 15th at 6 p.m., Supervisor Janice Hahn will be addressing some concerns in regards to the Restorative Care Village plan in Rancho Los Amigos. And as the mayor of the city, I will also be sitting in at that virtual meeting. I invite you to join us. I know that the Zoom information has been placed in our different social media platforms, and more information will continue to be provided. Many of you have asked me What are some of the things that we are doing? Certainly, we try our best to provide as much information as we possibly can during these council meetings, as well as through our various social media platforms. And to that end, it is my goal as mayor this year to provide you, and I'm holding this up, and I know that this flyer has also been distributed or made visible throughout our social media platforms, is the upcoming Live with Mayor Claudia Frometa, Downey at Work for You. That is scheduled for Thursday, April 22nd at 5:30 to 6:45 p.m. Please join me. I look forward to hearing from our residents. I invite you to participate in a live question and answer with me about the various programs and goals that we have this year. Last but not least, I do want to remind our residents, we have the COVID-19, and I'm holding this up as well. These door hangers will be distributed, have been distributed in various districts throughout our city. The COVID-19 Emergency Residential Rental Assistance Program. If your household has been economically impacted by COVID-19, we've talked about, and I think I've also filmed a video or two about this. You can receive 1 month. It went from 1 month to up to 3 months emergency rental assistance. You can look at our website and/or the phone number that is, I know this has also been distributed through our various social media platforms, but the number is 562-299-6706. We really want to make sure that our renters that have suffered financial impact through COVID-19 apply to this. And as you know, there are federal guidelines, and so you do have to provide very specific information, how your household has been affected by this. So we look forward to helping more residents in that arena. Excuse me, I'm a little thirsty this evening. And I also wanted to let our residents know that, as I mentioned, perhaps those of you that tuned in a little later, we recognized Michael Calvert earlier this evening because of his volunteerism in the senior meal program. And I want to remind those of you that perhaps, or not remind, but let you know if you joined later, that throughout the last 55 weeks, our city has had between 85 to 125 weekly deliveries to Downey seniors. And that is really significant because we seek to improve our city. We seek to help the most vulnerable, our children, our families, our seniors, and many people that have suffered greatly through this pandemic. Now, we are discussing when we're going to be opening our city council chambers. Certainly, all of us are aware, the state has given us a date of June 15th for a full reopening. Certainly, counties have been given all their liberties in terms of the number of people that can be back inside. And so again, we are very carefully reviewing the county guidelines and the recommendations. We don't want to get ahead of ourselves. We realize how important it is for our community members to be present, to be in person, and as those of us city council members are. So we will be continuing in the next couple of weeks to give you more information as to when our city council chambers will be reopening to the public. I do have 3 asks of staff. One is in relation to, and I know Chief Milligan, you have been outstanding, and the Downey PD has been outstanding in addressing speed enforcement throughout our city. Every month when I write my mayor's column, and it's been also translated into Spanish for Spanish language media, we give facts and figures regarding the citations and all of that. So I do want to thank you for the continuing work and the diligence in that aspect. I would like to ask to please look at speed enforcement along Florence Avenue between the 605 and Paramount. We continue to see significant speeding, and I've received some emails from concerned residents about racing in the late night hours along that avenue, as well as Stewart and Gray between Paramount and Susan Avenue past Old River School Road. And interesting, I received several complaints about very loud music, and I know we have a municipal code regarding our the peacefulness of our neighborhoods. And I think it's important that with those individuals, they continue to complain. Some of their neighbors are not very neighborly, and they don't seem to respect the hours, the noise ordinance that we have. And so we need to take a look at that. Lastly, I've also received a couple of interesting inquiries about people that love to roller skate. And John, they've looked at our new parks and areas that, of course, have been renovated, but they also would like, because of the pandemic and because, again, still the socially distancing thing, they would like to see if we can look at a couple of our parks and specific areas where we can designate for roller skating for them. I don't know what particular area that would be, but if we can take a look at that. Now, I'd like to address a couple of issues. During my mayoral transition, part of my speech was, we will disagree amongst us, our council colleagues. There will be times where we simply do not see eye to eye on issues, and that's okay. The beauty of America is the ability to disagree and the ability to still maintain our composure and the respect and the civility that everybody deserves. I don't typically like to do this and use this chair of mayor to say what I'm about to say. But this evening, and it's unfortunate that Councilmember Alvarez will not turn on her camera, but not too long ago, Catherine Alvarez showed up at my home with bullhorn in hand, disrespecting my family, disrespecting my peace, and scaring the wits out of my girls. This is the same woman who stood here with bullhorn in hand and with her posse while my dear friend and former mayor laid in a hospital bed fighting for his life. He was literally fighting for his life. He almost bled to death. And this woman who does not have the gall to sit here in the seat that unfortunately she was elected to, she has the guts to say that I've been disrespectful. I have been nothing but respectful to this individual. Every email, every interaction that I have had with her has been nothing but courteous and respectful. You listen to me, Councilwoman Alvarez. You stood here in this same council chamber time and time again, demanding that my friend and former mayor resign from this seat because he couldn't be here. How dare you? How dare you now claim that you are too sick to show up and sit here? But you have the audacity to show up for photo ops and ribbon cuttings in the name of your community? Please, Don't you dare lecture me on service and respect. Let me tell you something, Downey. As mayor of this city, sitting in this chair this year and for the foreseeable future, I will tell you what I think. Your behavior, Catherine Alvarez, your behavior is reprehensible. As mayor of the city of Downey, the 11th largest city in the county of Los Angeles, I disapprove of your behavior. You were arrested by our Downey Police Department for stealing at Michael's not that long ago. You were barred from that store, and you have the gall to come and tell us that we are not serving our community? You don't show your face, but yet you go on Facebook Live the day we're supposed to have a closed session meeting with your posse and bullhorn in hand, protesting at this very same city hall. Let me tell you something. You need to decide which side you're on. Either you're continue with the side of the protesters, or you join us and work together with and for this city. You can be duplicity. You can be working against us. You can't do that. You're either serving in this city or you're not. Out of respect to you, Catherine Alvarez, I've stayed quiet about your criminal past and your criminal behavior out of respect to you. But your remarks tonight and your accusation that I am disrespectful to you, it's not going very far.
I'm here for my community. Only
No,
for
you're
my
not.
community.
No, I
Yes,
will
am.
ask you to not speak while I am speaking,
Well,
please.
you didn't.
Thank you.
So I'm so sorry.
No, thank you. It is a shame that rather than using your position to unite a community, you continue to bring negativity and conflict and division.
Not at all.
But for somebody like you, that is all I would expect. And I will now take a 5-minute recess. Thank you.
Your place
I
to
will
tell me what I
a
can
recess.
do
Thank you.
for I'm so sorry.
We are back from the recess, and now is the time for non-agenda public comment. Before we begin the non-agenda public comment period, I would like to remind members of the public participating telephonically that the city's meeting rules contained in the Downey Municipal Code prohibit any conduct that disrupts, disturbs, or interferes with the orderly conduct of the meeting, even if you're participating telephonically. Each speaker shall have 3 minutes to address the council on issues that are within the city's jurisdiction. Since we are under a federal, state, and local emergency declaration in Los Angeles County Safer at Work and in the community order, I will limit this non-agenda public comment period to 30 minutes pursuant to Downey Municipal Code Section 2105G. Now, in order to ensure that non-English speakers receive the same opportunity to directly address the City Council, the City of Downey will continue to follow Government Code Section 54954.3B2 and provide non-English speakers double the allotted time to make their public comments utilizing a translator. Other speakers will be given the allotted 3-minute speaking time as established by the Downey Municipal Code. Members of the public who wish to address the City Council regarding non-agenda items may now call our teleconference phone line at 562-299-6622. For those who submitted comments via email, your comments will be read into the record, and no further public comment via teleconference will be permitted. In other words, if you already submitted an email, we will read your email and not take your comment via phone, and vice versa. City Clerk Duarte, did we receive any written correspondence on non-agenda items to be read into the record?
Yes, Mayor, we did. The first email is from Monse. I want to express my concern and rejection to this discriminatory practice that is presented at the City Council. Such proposal rejects 99.9% of the population of our city and does not represent the values of all of us. This is a dangerous proposal by the city and it should be rejected. Concerned citizen, no to LGBT picnic. Why the quality of the documents the city uploads are poor in quality is hard to read them. It seems that this is done on purpose to maintain the public in the dark. In 2021, any cheap scanner or even your cell phone does a much better job than what you are uploading. Next email is from Doris Sepulveda regarding LGBT picnic. As an active, longtime participant of Downey community events and programs, and as an almost daily consumer of Downey businesses and goods, I urge this beautiful city council to deny the request to hold an LGBT picnic as a community event. This type of activity is unconducive to the well-being of families, especially of young people and children. I believe it is not the city's place to support or uphold such adult-themed events. Please vote no on this matter. Thank you. Next email is from Karaoke G. Please do not hold this picnic. We already have lots of that stuff that is not Latino or Black friendly. Look at the flag, doesn't even show our colors. I decline to participate or allow my city to participate on that non-inclusive picnic. The next email is from Jeremy regarding do not travel to Ensenada. As a resident of the city of Downey, I adamantly object to city council members traveling to Ensenada with any taxpayer funding. The council should immediately reject this proposal now and block it from reconsideration in the future. It is a disgusting waste of money and resources. The council members and city manager should be ashamed for even considering this when all funding and attention should be focused solely on the betterment of Downey. Please CC me when you reject Armando Ayala's Mayor of Ensenada invitation. The next email is from Rachel Brunke. I am sending this email of support for Councilmember Catherine Alvarez and her Commissioner Carlos Aranibar of Downey. I was a member of the San Pedro Neighborhood Council. I understand how threatening and anger-filled and politicized people can be in these meetings. I was a single mother. If we had more support for moms and their kids, Ms. Alvarez would not have had problems. Also, these minor charges were dropped. It is not hard to be swept up police when you are homeless. She sounds like an asset to Downey. Support her. The children in your district would want that. As for Mr. Aranibar, I would too. How uptight some folks can get when their power or privilege is no longer a given. Mr. Aranibar and others who are calling for a more just and sustainable society must be protected in their speech at public meetings. The next email is from Scarlett Giris regarding drag racing on Florence Avenue and also loud cars. Good afternoon, city officials. First of all, I would like to apologize to all of you for the lack of respect that some callers had last time on March 9 over the phone. I'm absolutely appalled that no one had the decency to address a concern about any matter in a good and respectful way. I truly don't understand how can someone call a city public meeting, disguise their voice, and be rude and insulting towards any of you listening to this person. Herman, I think it was. Absolutely outrageous and embarrassing. I feel bad already for the family he has and kids he is raising. I could not believe that I was hearing what I was hearing on YouTube. Absolutely horrible, unrespectful, uncalled for. Lastly, I will recommend for you to hang up on that person the minute he starts insulting and saying bad words. One thing is to have the right to speak, and the other one, completely different, is to be derogatory and insulting towards city officials that are trying to represent us in the best way possible. Respect is very important in life, and obviously Mr. Herman never heard that word. Now moving on to the very important subject, I hope it gets read on April 13. Mornings, afternoons, evenings, and early morning, we have a lot of car racing down the street in Florence Avenue between Lakewood Boulevard and the 605 freeway by Wilderness Park. Plus, the noise pollution is so unbearable that we get woken up in the middle of the night between midnight and 5 a.m. at different times, 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m., etc. We have lived in Downey for over 30 years, and it's been getting worse every year to the point of us wanting to move out of here. The city needs to do something about it because not only there has been a lot of accidents in this street, Florence Avenue, that we have witnessed, but the noise of some cars and motorcycles are just extremely loud to the point of being unbearable, and thus it should be some type of decibel limit or how loud you want your car to be. Super loud cars pass racing down the street at 2 a.m., and it is not fair to us working people that have to get up early morning to work. It is seriously outrageous. We've seen other cities that have signs that don't allow loud cars to drive in their city. Why can't Downey do that? Please put police cars or police motorcycles in Florence Avenue between Lakewood Boulevard and 605 freeway by Wilderness Park. It's a long street, and that's why cars fly down. You'll see how many tickets you will give out. The race is unbelievable. Drivers just race down the street like lunatics. Please do something about it. Thank you for reading this and for being so tolerant towards people that don't deserve it. Have a wonderful evening. The next email is from Carlos Gomez regarding Glencliff and Dos Rios intersection. Good evening, City Council. My name is Carlos Gomez, and I live in the corner of Glencliff Drive and Dos Rios Road, right at the entrance to the island. I am writing to you as a deeply concerned citizen that sees people using Glencliff or Dos Rios as speedways and exceed the speed limit of 25 miles per hour easily every single day. There are 2 yield signs on Dos Rios which are ignored and bypassed by drivers every single day. The biggest concern about this intersection is that there are no sidewalks on either side of the intersection, and the island is very active after 4:30 p.m. with walkers, joggers, cyclists, children, etc. I personally have seen close collisions, including one with my son where he was almost hit by someone traveling about 45 miles per hour. This is a dangerous intersection that requires speed bumps to slow down the race cars and stop signs to protect our island citizens. It is only a matter of time before, God forbid, something tragic happens in front of my house. I see it every day, every day. Enough is enough. This was brought up to Rick Rodriguez, Mario Guerra, and Eric Pierce when he was running. We need your help now before someone dies on the corner of Dos Rios and Glencliff. I have made you guys aware, and if something happens, this is blood on your hands for not doing something about it sooner. The next email is from Trish Morris. Ms. Alvarez, as a resident of District 3 and a lifelong resident of the city of Downey, I am asking that you vacate your position on the Downey City Council. The next email is from Melissa Michelson. I have been appalled by the retaliatory behavior of members of this council toward members of the public when they disagree with tactics and actions that the city is engaging in. Sending legal letters to intimidate them to silence is very un-American and shows a disservice towards civic engagement that is unacceptable. Having seen the contradictory letter sent by the city's lawyer claiming libel, it is obvious that City of Downey is abusing its power. Next thing you know, you'll be coming after me for saying as much. Governments can't be defamed. There is no defamation happening, and unsurprisingly, your lawyer left out the definition and legal precedent for what defamation is and who can be affected. Please stop harassing members of the public and start listening to their concerns. The next email is from Joseph Bartolo. My name is Joseph Bartolo, and I am a landlord, entrepreneur, and resident of Downey. I am requesting that the City of Downey remove Catherine Rojas Alvarez from City Council. By allowing Catherine Rojas Alvarez as a member of City Council, she is tarnishing this city's reputation. On July 2013, Catherine was charged with theft because she was caught stealing from Michael's, a store that is located in the city of Downey, and yet she is representing Downey. What a terrible disgrace. 1 year later, on March 2014, she was arraigned on 2 felony charges of welfare fraud and lying under oath. On January 2017, she had filed for bankruptcy. If Catherine was to apply for a job with any bank, she would automatically be denied employment because based on her past actions, she has demonstrated that she is not a trustworthy person. When she had ran for office, she had never disclosed her criminal records, and therefore she needs to be removed from City Council. If enough signatures were on a ballot to recall Socialist Newsom, then there will be enough signatures to remove Catherine the thief. The next email is from Sandra regarding restorative care homeless apartments. Having apartments for the mentally and physically unstable homeless living next to us is not going to revitalize our city. It will most definitely create another Echo Park and San Julian situation nearby for all of us. While Downey leases the sports complex land from the County of Los Angeles for $1 a year in return, we will receive all of LA County's mentally and physically unstable homeless from all the county hospitals as our neighbors. This restorative care homeless shelter and mental ward next to schools, parks, senior centers, and our homes is a step in the wrong direction simply because of its location. Again, if you built it, they will come, and then how will the city deal with the onslaught of homeless flooding its streets and businesses? Who will protect us from these individuals who are mentally unstable and have nothing to lose? Look at the current situation in downtown Los Angeles as a glimpse into our future. Many residents submitted their concerns to the city council via email and phone, and it's being swept under the rug. What assurances do we have that our property values will not drop? Or will our children be safe going to school and the park located across the street from the mental ward? Who will guarantee that these mentally unstable homeless are not a threat? The restorative care homeless apartment is an open facility. They will come and go as they please. They will have visitors coming and going. The city of Downey is allowing mentally unstable residents to reside next to us without proper vetting. The next email is from Margaret Villa regarding Catherine Alvarez. I will attempt to complete what I was unable to convey last public comment. The Downey City Council history has shown to always vote against issues that help uplift the struggling in Downey. Shouldn't we as humans, as a society, as leaders, always encourage and inspire people with a criminal background to do better? To do better as Catherine Alvarez has done? This is a practice we do naturally as parents, as social workers, counselors, or adult and juvenile reform advocates. Downey should immediately rethink this wasteful spending and end pursuing outside counsel against Catherine. Mr. Trujillo, as a professional, you come off as hot-headed and lose control easily. You almost appear inebriated. It's embarrassing just to view. The next email is from Sandra Padilla regarding No Pride Month. Dear City Council, why is the city promoting a resolution that is so divisive and political? The resolution is discriminatory, focusing on one small segment of the population while ignoring the well-being of everyone else. Rather than divide the community, why not set up a resolution that will unify the community? The city should be considerate of the entire community and their beliefs, not just a small segment of our community. The faith community is watching and will be ready for the next city council election. I oppose Pride Month and ask for the city council to oppose it. The next letter is from Lee Squire, Vietnam veteran. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Subject reads at Vietnam War Memorial. Monday, March 29, 2021 was Vietnam War Veterans Day. I want to thank Downey Latino newspaper and City Council for the wreaths placed at the Vietnam Memorial. This was to the 23 men of Downey who were killed in action in Vietnam. It also honored the 46 Gold Star parents whose sons were killed in combat. May God bless remaining Vietnam veterans and remember to defend the freedom we promise to the future generations of children in this country. The next letter is from Fatima Abdullah Aki. Dear Mayor Pacheco and City Council, my name is Fatima Baki, and I am a social worker and licensed counselor. I am a proud longtime resident of the city of Downey, where I have been residing since 2003. I attended Sussman Middle School, Downey High School, and graduated from Columbus High School in 2011. Following my graduation, I attended Long Beach City College, California State University, Long Beach, where I earned my Master of Social Work and Public Administration, and I currently attend Western State University School of Law, where I am a Juris Doctorate and PhD candidate, where I plan on taking my advocacy into the courtroom. I stayed local for my college experience so I can stay in Downey to be close to family, and I honor the values and culture that this city holds so much. Downey is a very culturally diverse city. We have residents from various racial, religious, and socioeconomic backgrounds. One group of people that is thriving in the city are our LGBTQ neighbors. I am a strong ally for this community, and I truly believe their integrity and long-standing history should be honored during June Pride Month. I believe, like nearby Southeast Los Angeles cities such as Whittier, we should hold events that honor that pride, where those who are members of this community can express themselves. This letter serves as strong support for an LGBTQ-related events in the city of Downey, including the Downey Family Pride Picnic and Pride Sunset Mixer. LGBTQ members come in all ages, and they shall be celebrated. As a mental health clinician in nearby Long Beach, I have seen the various intersectional disparities that affect these neighbors. The city, along with Southeast Los Angeles as a whole, has a remarkable and growing number of people of LGBTQ community, and inclusivity is an excellent way to pay homage to them. I am also open to volunteer opportunities for the proposed event, as I believe when we all work together, including allies, it builds a stronger community, and Downey is a very strong one already. No pride for some of us without liberation for all of us. Marsha P. Johnson. The next email is from John Lee. And it's regarding No Pride Month. Dear Downey City Mayor and Council members, I had been thankful for your decision during last meeting upon saving our taxes not for an unnecessary event, LGBTQ picnic, until I read a news article from Downey newspaper as I was shocked. It was about Pride Month for June. I initially wondered if council members did put the word pride correctly, to have same understanding about the word pride. Pride is a positive emotional response or attitude to something with an intimate connection to oneself due to its perceived value. During last meeting, I was amazed by City Mayor Catherine about how Downey has been built up, not following things that divide. Yesterday, I met a Cuban neighbor in Downey. He, as one who moved out of the communism country and knowing the value of what the founders of this country pursued, supports Downey community in various ways. This was one of the examples which Downey City Council should be proud of. The matter of LGBTQ is not what Downey citizens consider as being proud of. It is a personal matter for those who believe themselves under LGBTQ. There are many who are proud of themselves in keeping their sexual original identities. Or what about the responsibilities, father and mother and even first responders, etc.? How could City Council ignore all other things but began to focus on this matter as what Downey City considers being proud of? It should be remained for their own personal matter, not as being proud of, which anybody can do without any positive impact to Downey City. Actually, 12 months are not enough for the matters that we really need to be proud of. Downey City Council should reconsider to scrap this LGBT Pride Month, but promote natural family to keep Downey to be built up together. The next email is from Ian Choi regarding No Pride Month. Dear Downey City Mayor and Council members, I am a mom of 4 children. I live in Downey for 16 years. I have never heard this negative decision on Downey City Council. How could Downey City Council promote a personal matter contradicting Downey citizens for Pride Month. This does not help Downey community to be healthy. Why do you spend the higher time of your position for things destroying our values? I will remember this for next election. It is not for Downey to have pride on. Downey City Council should reconsider to scrap this LGBT Pride Month, but promote natural family to keep Downey to be built up together. The next email is from Arthur Shaper. Dear Downey City Council, the notion that the city wants to issue some sort of resolution celebrating Pride Month or LGBT Pride is nonsensical and also deeply offensive. Why would any city council want to celebrate sexual behaviors and false identities that are inherently harmful to individuals? What is there to be proud of if people are born that way anyway? The truth is that people are not born gay, nor are they born in the wrong body. These unscientific arguments, marinated in emotional rhetoric and logical fallacies, fall apart when forced to withstand proper scrutiny. The city of Downey should celebrate National Family Month, since mothers and fathers are not getting their due respect in California, nor across the country for that matter. If nothing else, however, the city should rescind this push for a Pride Month resolution. This is completely inappropriate, out of character with the best interest of the Downey residents. Councilman Trujillo shared on his Facebook profile an article from USA Today, which includes the following statement: why we have LGBTQ pride and not straight pride. Pride is inherently political. Pride has been celebrated every year in June since 1970 after the 1969 Stonewall riots in New York when police raided the Stonewall Inn. In Canada, Toronto's Pride was launched in similar fashion after protests erupted when police raided 4 bathhouses in February 1981 and arrested hundreds of gay men. The motive has always been and should remain political. A city should not issue resolutions that are political, but unifying, focusing on core principles which every member of the community can agree with. Councilman Trujillo himself cannot turn from the fact that anyone is welcome in a community, provided that they respect the natural constitutional rights of all. I must remind the City Council that if they reject the Natural Family Month resolution, then their insistence on pushing for a Pride Month resolution is inherently discriminatory and wrong, and therefore it should be removed as well. Thank you for your time. The next email is from Maria Arencibia. I would like to the time to thank you, Madam Mayor, for the ongoing support Food Help has received throughout the years. There have been countless times that the City of Downey has gone above and beyond to help those in need. It upsets me to know Catherine Alvarez is misleading her followers and continues to lie, leading others to believe the City Council does not care about those in need. That needs to stop immediately. I recall a few years back, Rick Rodriguez personally offered to help the ministry with his company truck, including extra volunteers to pick up donations every Friday. This went on for several months until PIH was able to donate the current yellow bobtail that we now use for large donations. The volunteers would hand load over 5 pallets for several months just to ensure families were fed in our community and surrounding cities. During the pandemic, Mayor Pro Tem Blanca Pacheco, along with city staff, set up a food drive for Food Help, where we collected over 4 pallets of much-needed and canned goods. To clarify, in 2020, the only time Catherine volunteered at the food bank was to receive food and promote her campaign. A typical Saturday morning, my goal is to connect with the families in line and provide resources available within the community. It has been a blessing to hand out the 3-month extension flyer to Downey residents in line. Thank you for all you do and continue to do for our community. God bless. The next email is from Yoon Kim regarding No Pride Month. Hello, City Council members of Downey, California. I am a precious resident of Downey for over 40 years, since 1979, and this is the first time for me to write something to you guys due to worrisome about future of our city and our community and our neighborhood and our family and our children. First of all, I strongly don't approve to celebrate LGBT Pride Month in our precious city. I cannot approve any of the LGBTQ group activities in the city due to the city is very quiet and humble place where a majority of residents are enjoying their life quietly and peacefully. Also, majority of the residents don't insist to be recognized by others for who they are and what they are believing. As the same way, we will be very disturbed if some certain group like LGBTQ are celebrating their right and their choice of life publicly with approved fund which has been collected from majority of residents who don't approve those kind of lifestyle and who don't feel right to support them. I truly want to stand firmly for our children's future. I believe there were only male and female created in the beginning of the earth. Thus, any human cannot create any other sex other than male and female. Please don't confuse our children and don't disturb them from learning right way of human's life. I know that right is not always popular and popularity is not always right. We need to open our eyes to find what is right for our community and our future, our children. I don't want our children's life to be ruined due to only one physically grown groups, not mentally and emotionally. The next email is from Megan. No Pride Month. Dear City Council, I am opposed to the Pride Month resolution in Downey. Rather than bring division, the city's responsibility should be to unify the community, not divide. Politics to please a certain group of people should not be sponsored by the city. We all pay taxes, including those of us opposed to this resolution. I ask that you oppose this Pride Month resolution. Thank you.
Mayor, I just want to just remind you, we have about 10 seconds left on the 30 minutes.
Yes, and I think how many left do we have, Alicia?
I have 3, Mayor.
We have 3 left, so we will go ahead and read those.
And we have some callers.
Yes.
Okay. We'll do those after.
Correct.
Okay, very good.
Thank you.
Laura Dean. This is emails from Laura Dean. We understand that our city public servants are considering issuing a resolution to make June LGBT month. That is not in the best interest of the city. Again, you are forgetting about the people you serve. Downey is one of the hardest hit cities in the county with COVID-19. This virus has affected all of Downey citizens regardless of race or sexual orientation. As a constituent, I would like to issue a resolution to make June Family Health and Wellness Month. I believe this is a more pertinent, less divisive issue that needs to be addressed now. Please listen to the people you work for and not do things and make decisions in secret and behind closed doors, because you know that the majority of your constituents who you work for do not approve. Downey is not progressive city nor a predominantly LGBT city. If you want to represent that segment of society, go to West Hollywood or Palm Springs. The next email is from Frank Dean. Dear City Council members, we have been told the City Council is considering designating an LGBTQ month. Why are we focusing on divisiveness again? If that route is taken, can we also designate months for straight, heterosexual, and traditional family months? When will we be highlighting the mental health issues such as the high suicide rate of transgenders? And the last email, Mayor, is from Julie Russ. Dear Council and City staff, I write to you in regards to Pride Month. I am not in support in spending and celebrating Pride Month in the city of Downey. It is time we stick to what matters and benefits the city as a whole. Plan and organize for events that are about Downey and all its residents. If you begin to celebrate single groups, it will create more division. Celebrate the diversity of ethnicities in Downey and not their sexual preferences. Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk Duarte, it looks like we have some callers on the line.
Yes, Mayor.
May I please have the first speaker on the phone?
Yes. Hello, please state your name and begin speaking. You have 3 minutes.
Yes. I want to start off by making a comment. All the people that are calling in complaining about Pride Month, these statements can all be traced to deep-rooted homophobia and religious zealots who do not understand the biological process or the struggles that marginalized groups like the LGBTQ experience every day. To say that this is divisive is homophobia. It's homophobia when you say that there are other issues that should be addressed over the marginalized individuals in Downey who have never had attention paid to them. Who said the word divisive? Mayor Frometa, you called it divisive. So every time that you address this particular framework with divisiveness, rather than to acknowledge that we need to acknowledge our people in no matter what their background is, that is something that you need to address and do right. June is happening. The votes have passed. What I want to see now is a budget for that event and a promotion for that event that is equal or to the same standard as every other event throughout the year is given. It needs to have the same attention, and I don't want to see the city manager or the mayor or anyone try to make that event less than what it should be, which it should be represented equally. And finally, I want to tell Ms. Frometa, if you keep calling people hooligans and names and accusing them of being part of gangs or posses, you are defaming people as a city representative and an elected representative. And we will look into possible legal actions to take against you. You need to stop defaming people, Frometa. And you need to stop pretending that you're a nice person that respects people, because I've seen multiple meetings to know that you are very catty and you make comments that insult people when you think you can get away with it. You're not that smart, buddy. Thank you.
Hello, please state your name and begin speaking.
Yeah, my name is Bruce Crow, and I just want to reiterate that the most unifying document in American society is the Declaration of Independence, which it was written on July 4th, 1776, and was brought about because of the British attacking our patriots in Lexington and Concord to confiscate their gunpowder and other supplies. And it lasted for 8 years, the War for Independence, and ended in 1783 with the Treaty of Paris. We can find no more unifying of a document than that, which stipulates that we regard these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, and we are endowed by our Creator unalienable rights, chiefest among those life, liberty, and the pursuit of property. Thank you.
Hello, please state your name and begin speaking.
Hi, yes, this is Alex Vargas, Downey resident and local pastor here in the city of Downey. I just want to say, first of all, Mayor Fermetta, so awesome to see you speak up tonight regarding Councilmember Alvarez. What she's saying about you. You are a lady of class who respects everybody. And so many residents here in the city of Downey are very proud to call you our mayor tonight. As residents, we need to, stick up for our community. Downey is such a great community of all faith. And so thank you so much, Mayor Fermetta, for speaking up tonight. I know that was hard for you because you are somebody that respects everybody. And so I know that was very difficult. I just want to say to the city, if we can be transparent, I know with Councilmember Alvarez, there are some lawsuits and stuff going on. I would love for the city to be transparent in that because the city of Downey is a city that is a lighthouse in LA County. As Mayor Fermetta said, we are the 11th biggest city in LA County. A lot of local other cities look to Downey because Downey is such a bright community. And it's very unfortunate that we have a council member in District 3 that is bringing chaos and division to our community. And I look forward to the day that we have someone in that seat for District 3 that is for community, for all residents, not just her rent control friends, but for all community, because in District 3, there are business owners, there are landlords, there are renters, and we need someone representing every constituent in that part of the community. So I look forward to the day that we can have someone that represents all. And I would like to say, I know Councilor Alvarez is listening. Please stop calling our faith community, our churches, wanting to do a event for the community when the city of Downey already does plenty of events. Matter of fact, there's one happening this Friday for struggling families. We'll be giving out food. So Catherine Alvarez, we don't need any more events that are going to be funded by cannabis companies and your friends. And so please stop calling our churches and our pastors asking if we can host these events, because you're not going to find any churches or pastors that want to host an event that is sponsored by cannabis companies. So once again, thank you so much, Mayor Fermetta. You're doing such a great job as our mayor. You make us very proud.
Thank you. Your
and I
time
look
is
forward
up.
to continue.
Hello, please state your name and begin speaking.
Oh, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, hi. Okay, hi. My name is Edward Nava. I'm a long-time resident of Downey. I just want to speak on behalf of, on the last council meeting. I understand things take time. You had to restrict people's time to 1 minute, but that's all the time we get to speak. So I get it. A lot of things happen. The mayor, you got to take people's time away. But what I don't get is you go up there and you start rambling on. Nobody wants to hear you, Mayor. Nobody, especially people that are, when Downey residents, when things are not in our favor, you have nothing good to say. So if you're going to take people's time away, please do us a favor and just shut your mouth. No disrespect. Okay. Also, the mayor, you said a comment, I'll try and quote it exactly, but something how along the lines that neighboring citizens shouldn't concern themselves about issues in Downey in regards to water if they don't live in the city. I mean, why would you or anyone say something so stupid? That's like the most stupidest statement I've ever heard. That tells me you're not aware of what's going on in Flint, Michigan. Are you aware? Don't even answer. I know you're not aware, okay? I'm not calling to disrespect anyone, but it is a circus up there. Your whole crew up there, it's a complete circus. At least Rick Rodriguez, I didn't care for that guy and I didn't agree with him, but man, at least he did a half decent job up there. What else? Oh, next, I did my research like the last lady said last time to do my research on council member Trujillo, and I just found a shitload of dirt on that guy. How did that guy slip through the cracks and become a council member? I mean, him, Gascon, when they say they are DAs, the people should know the DA stands for defense attorney. Those guys are not DAs. I don't even understand how that guy got up there, but I'm not going to waste any time. I'll let the people do their own research. And lastly, for the people that are asleep, one of the callers said, called a socialist, Gavin Newsom a socialist. He is not a socialist. He is a liberal. Liberals that are ruining this state of California. Thank you. I yield my time.
Hello, please state your name and begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Dan, and I don't appreciate the way Claudia Fermenta is running the city council. She runs it like she's a mob queen, like she's the crime boss, with her assistant, Mario Fundillo, who's a corrupt district attorney. And I just want to point out that Downey has contamination. We have high levels of contamination. Well, let me be clear. Let me be legal. Downey has contaminants in the water. And just because there is contamination that's legal, legal doesn't always equal safe. So Downey City Council, Levi's, who shouldn't even be sitting there, released a statement to the Downey Patriots that the contamination was legal and they are compliant, etc. You are complying, but legal doesn't always equal safe. You know, Claudia Fermenta, you remind me of a dictator, the way that you're running this board. You know, when our country was fighting Great Britain from independence, they had the Boston Tea Party push out the tea from the ships. You, on the other hand, Claudia, you don't want the tea to fall off the ships. You are a communist. The way you handle this board is communist. With that Republican registered as a Democrat, Mario Trujillo, and the other little princess over there, you know, she's not even paying attention. I don't appreciate. I think all of you are a piece of shit. You need to release information that safe isn't always legal. You run this board like you're a dictator telling people to shut up. You heard us. If you don't get your act together, Claudia Fermenta, we are going to pursue legal action against your stupid ass. I yield my time.
Hello, please state your name and begin speaking.
Hello. Wow. Did you guys see that earthquake in Downey? Jeez Louise. Madam Mayor, thank you so much. Thank you so much for taking a front seat and not having a back seat and speaking your mind. And speaking your mind in a way where you were respectful, you had integrity, you engaged everybody, and you were clearly passionate. So thank you for your excellent job. Thank you. God bless.
Hello, please state your name and begin speaking.
Yes, hello. My name is Rodolfo. So I would like to make a statement for everyone listening to know. You can go on Twitter and go to Matthew Struger. He's an attorney. He's my attorney. And he published his letter in response to a letter that I received and other community members received claiming that we were defaming the city of Downey. So it's important for everyone listening, for all citizens, residents, people in the United States to know there is no such thing as defaming the government, okay? That's been settled for decades. And so what you did is you sent an attorney from Orange County to come hassle me. And, you know, a range of legal resources, thankfully, available to me. But I wonder, how often have you done this to people that maybe don't have those resources? How much have you been hassling, harassing, defaming the people? So this is really important. Everyone should go on Twitter and go to Matthew Struger's Twitter account. You can see that the city council is defaming me. They're claiming that I'm defaming them, but in reality, they're defaming me. They're saying things up there about me that are certainly negative. And they don't have a right to do that. They don't have a right to publish all this personal information about people, not just even myself. Like, I'm just talking about myself, but there's many other people who have been facing abuse up there from certainly Mayor Fermetta and others. And, this was even happening before the previous elections. So this is just abuse by local government. It really needs to stop. I cannot believe how many violations you guys have racked up just in the last month. Just in the last month. I don't understand. Like, come on, city attorney, come on, step in here. Or, already the city of Downey, because of its actions against the people just in the last month, is probably on the hook for at least $3 million. Like, come on, what are you doing here? You're supposed to do the people's business, and the people's business has nothing to do with defaming the people up there, using your position to defame anybody. Anybody. So it's time for you to stop. There's no such thing as defaming the government. Everyone can go to Matthew Struger's First Amendment, famous First Amendment attorney, and read all about it, about how Downey is using its resources. It's time to go after regular citizens. Why? Because speaking up about a public document. That's ridiculous. How dare you waste anyone's time on that? How dare you waste money on that? Although I'm not even sure that you use your own money. So that's going to create a new, interesting side to this story, isn't it? Who paid for the letters?
Time is up. Hello, please state your name and begin speaking.
Hi, my name's Hector. I'm a longtime resident of Downey. I'd just like to applaud Mayor Fermetta for taking a stand and showing strength and just showing true leadership. That's what our city needs. Also want to state that many of us Downey residents tune in just to be informed and to keep up with what's going on in our city. And it's unfortunate sometimes that there are vulgarities and nasty insults thrown at Mayor Fermetta as well as Mayor Pro Tem Pacheco. These are two selfless, hardworking Latinas that have earned the respect of our community through years of service, and we should be lifting them up and supporting them, not tearing them down. Thank you for your true leadership. And thank you for your class and professionalism. That's all I got to say. Thank you. God bless.
Hello, please state your name and begin speaking.
Hi, good evening, City Council members, residents of Downey. My name is Lucia Rivera. I am resident of Downey, and the reason why I'm calling today is, these meetings do take me back, and they're shameful. The amount of disrespect that our mayor and pro-mayor get, it's amazing to me. I don't know how they can keep their composure, and the only thing I can think of is professionalism. And I want to say thank you to each and every one of you up there, the ones that are sitting there today, that are present tonight, the ones that are not hiding behind their cameras or, not turning on their cameras. Thank you to each of you, Blanca, Claudia, Mario. Thank you for representing Downey, for having the courage to sit there tonight and take everything that is given to you, the good, the bad, and the ugly. For that, I appreciate. And as a citizen of this country, an American citizen, and a resident of this city, I'm asking for transparency. I want to know what's happening with Catherine Alvarez. How is she representing my city? As a Latina, she's an embarrassment. I don't want that type of person representing me, my children, and my next generation. It's a shameful that someone like her sits there today, or lack of, it's not there. Yet she was, I remember a couple months ago, asking Rick and chanting at him, why wasn't he there? While the man was almost dying. Where is she today? She cannot even turn a camera on. And to what we saw tonight is just a snapshot of what she's about. Chaos, division, and mayhem. It's an embarrassment. Claudia, thank you so much for what you said. Well spoken. As a Latina, you make me proud. Don't ever forget it. You stated what I would want to say to her if I ever see her. I'm a proud Latina who speaks Spanish, by the way, fluently, like the majority of us do here in Downey. And she does not represent me or my people. You do. Always remember that. And to each of you, have a good night.
Hello, please state your name and begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Oscar. I've been a resident of Downey for several years now. I want to piggyback on that comment that the caller just made about all of you sitting there and, facing us in the community, giving you a call and being disrespectful. It's so sad that the community feels, at least some members of the community feel, that they can be disrespectful to everyone there. But I do agree that if you're not sitting there, obviously because of COVID protocols, you should at least turn on your camera. But also at the same fact, I do want to point out that our mayor is not wearing a mask and walking around. I understand when you're eating and drinking, I get it. But, it set a good example for the community. But the main portion I want to talk about was Pride Month, and it's how disappointing it is that members of the community are calling in saying this is, horrible, we shouldn't do this. Why don't we have a straight Pride Month? And the reason for that is, as being a straight man, you or woman, you don't get prosecuted for that. Members in my community have been prosecuted. We've been treated differently. And it's sad, it's sad that I can't walk out there with my husband holding hands without people judging us. It's totally not fair. And I am proud to see that we're going to have a Pride Month here in Downey to, stand up for us. We're not equal right now, and people seem to forget that. We need to treat everybody equally, and this is a step in the right direction. And thank you for that. And that was it. Thank you.
Hello, please state your name and begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Alex Contreras, and I wanted to speak on a couple things tonight. One being, I grew up in the city of Downey. I am 26 years old, and Downey is not known as the most accepting place for LGBTQ people. And as I am one of them, part of the LGBTQ community, hearing tonight's comments from other various team members reminds me of why I struggled so much with being comfortable with who I am as a person. I want to credit Councilmember Alvarez and Councilmember Trujillo for recognizing that the gays are here and that we belong here as much as everyone else. And due to the amount of homelessness, the amount of violence that especially Black trans women and Black trans people face every day, that recognizing that LGBTQ people in your community exist, they live here, they work here, they own businesses here, it should be a point of pride for Downey. It should be a point of pride in recognizing that we contribute so much in a variety of ways that the other members of the community might not recognize. So I just wanted to support Councilmember Alvarez and Councilmember Trujillo and their statements at previous City Council meeting. And another thing I want to raise up is that The city of Downey has spent millions of dollars renovating their parks, but they have not worked on making them accessible. And so my question is, how can the city justify spending millions of dollars in renovating our parks when the sidewalks in the immediate areas are not ADA accessible? If you are disabled, if you are a parent with strollers, if you are on a bike trying to get to the park, there is no safe way for you to get there. You are often left without access to the parks within the community if you do not own a car. As our own Downey transportation, the Downey Link is not a functional service for people to use to get across the city. The Downey Transportation Department needs to relook and rethink how they prioritize the space that is used in the city. We spend so much space on cars that we forget about the people that are inside of them. And I would like to remind the city that the people, LGBTQ and people who do not live with a car as their everyday mode of transportation are being left out and purposely ignored in some ways. So once again, I want to commend Councilmember Alvarez for her work in making sure that the community is open and accessible to everyone. I commend her in speaking out and being comfortable with admitting that she is not feeling well during the pandemic. And
Your time is up. Hello, please state your name and begin speaking.
Christy Vargas, Downey resident. I just wanted to say, Madam Mayor, you're doing a wonderful job, and that you have so much support and love coming from us in the community, and that there is a team that is praying and encouraging you. And I just wanted you to know that. I know with a lot of things that are being said, we forget to say how proud we are of you. And I just wanted to make sure that was said and give you that moment, Madam Mayor. So thank you so much for everything you're doing, all you've done, and the just the sacrifices you make as well. They don't go unnoticed, and they are surely appreciated. So I just wanted to give a huge thanks. So thank you, Madam Mayor.
Hello, please state your name and begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Jamarcus. I'm a longtime Downey resident, and I just want to say congratulations to Mayor Fermetta for standing up for herself and not letting Catherine Alvarez run all over her with her stupidity and idiocy. And I just wanted to say that a lot of families have been affected this whole pandemic by the virus and have lost loved ones. And the fact that this Catherine Alvarez lady wants to start some bullshit events for LGBTQ, I don't agree with, especially since it wants to be funded by the city, and she can fuck off and suck a fat dick.
Hello, please state your name and begin speaking.
My name is Rudy. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I am very disappointed in our last speaker who talked about food drives and working with Ms. Alvarez. Part of the mission is to help the city of Downey, and you, Mayor, do not decide or when you decide to have a food drive in your city. You're elected by the people in your district, not by the entire city. Each council member is entitled to respect each other, work with each other, number one. And number two, that none of you have any other power than each other. You're all equally together. So we plan to do a food drive, distribution drive, in Ms. Alvarez's district. We welcome you to participate and be a member of the community. So, Mayor, if you want to do your thing, do your thing. We don't need you to do anything for Downey. We'll get it done. Work for your district and care about your district. Ms. Alvarez, keep doing your job. Keep fighting for District Number 3. You were elected by the District Number 3 to fight for us and only for us and fight for the city of Downey. We elected you to be our leader and represent us in our district. And I'm very surprised that your city council members are not willing to work with you. I'm appalled by that. And Downey is supposed to be the leader of what? You're no different than Southgate, Lynn, or Compton. You're just as bad as they are, the city council people there. City of Bell, Bell Garden. You guys talk about being elite. Elite from what? You're supposed to work in unity. And Downey, you're a joke now. You're part of a joking group. Until you fight, work together as a team, you're going to be a joke, and you are a joke. Clemente, you need to grow up. You're an immigrant. They came from this country and to America, not born and raised here, and now you want to dictate how it works. This is the freedom, everybody to work together. Thank you very much. City Council, please work together. Ms. Alvarez, District Number 3 has your back. Keep doing your thing. Keep fighting for us because you're elected by us. You're not elected by the other district. You're elected by us. God bless you. Ms. Alvarez, keep fighting for us. Thank you very much. Have a nice evening.
Hello, please state your name and begin speaking.
Mi nombre es Bárbaro Rodríguez.
Ok, un momentito, por favor.
Sí, gracias.
Ok, ¿puedes seguir?
Buenas noches para que lo tengan.
Good evening. My name is Bárbaro Rodríguez.
Prometa, usted no tiene ni una gotica de educación. Nada de educación.
Prometa, you don't have one bit of education.
Usted no respeta ni a los del concilio ni a la comunidad de Downey.
You don't respect the council members nor the community of Downey.
Si vamos a empezar, ¿por qué no procesamos a Trujillo, que tiene cola que le pise? Usted lo sabe.
If we're going to start, why don't you start with Trujillo, who has, how do you say, a tail to step on.
Por eso, Prometa, hace falta un traductor aquí, ¿ok?
That's why, Prometa, we need a translator here, ¿ok?
Trujillo, respétame, estoy hablando y me estoy protegido por la primera enmienda de los Estados Unidos. ¿Ok, Trujillo? Respeta.
Trujillo, respect me. I am protected by the First Amendment of the United States. Respect me.
Prometa, no vire la cara, vira de frente. La educación, si te enseñaron de frente, ¿por qué te paras?
Prometa, respect me. Why did you get up and walk away?
¿Por qué se van? Esa es la educación que ustedes tienen a la gente de la comunidad que votan por todos ustedes.
Is this the education that you give to the community?
¿Por qué se paran? Porque le estoy diciendo la verdad.
Why do you get up? Because I'm telling you the truth?
Tengan vergüenza y pónganse adelante y óiganme. Tengan respeto a una persona que paga taxi en esta comunidad.
Have respect for this member of the community.
La Álvarez fue votada ¿tú sabes por quién? Por la comunidad, porque la quiere, porque trabaja con la comunidad. No, ustedes no trabajan con la comunidad.
Álvarez works with the community. She stands with the community.
Livas, te están llamando la gente de los negocios para que los ayudes, porque están perdiendo los negocios y no contestas.
Leave us. The business owners are calling you because they need assistance, but you don't answer.
Acuérdate que tú ganas más de $300,000 y más beneficios casi $400,000, más que el presidente de los Estados Unidos.
Remember that you make more than $300,000 and with benefits $400,000 more than the president of the United States.
Hay muchos negocios que están hablando y ustedes no le están contestando. ¿Por qué no le contestan? Dígame, ¿por qué?
There's a lot of businesses that are calling and you don't answer them. Why don't you answer them? Tell me, why don't you answer them?
Trujillo, tú le debes muchos favores a muchos negocios aquí. Tu campaña costó más de $100,000 y pico.
Trujillo, you owe people a lot of favors around here. You raise more than, ¿cuánto dijo que colectó?
Más de $100,000 y pico.
More than $25,000.
Entonces, Trujillo, ¿por qué no da la cara a los negocios que lo están perdiendo? Gente que tiene más de 40 años con los negocios.
So then why don't you help the business owners that are losing their businesses that have been here for 45 years?
Dígame, Trujillo, cuando estabas en las votaciones llorabas a los negocios para pedir dinero.
Tell me, Trujillo, when you were in the election, you would cry to the business owners to give you money.
Trujillo, ¿tú sabes cómo hicimos la campaña de la Álvarez?
Trujillo, do you know how we ran Alvarez's campaign?
Vendiendo tacos, ¿ok? Así se gana el pueblo.
Selling
Trujillo?
tacos, that's how you win the community. Okay, Trujillo?
No vendiéndote con las ratas, ¿ok? ¿Ok, Trujillo? No vendiéndote con las ratas. Ten dignidad.
Not selling yourself with the rats. Not selling yourself with the rats. Have dignity.
Todos los del concilio deberían tener un poco de vergüenza con la comunidad. No con la comunidad, con los negocios que no le contestan. Tengan vergüenza, Livas.
All of you council members should be ashamed of not answering the businesses.
Frometa, yo sé que estás escondida y no quieres dejarme la cara. Se necesita un traductor y es los derechos humanos, ¿ok?
Frometa, I know that you're hiding and you don't want to face me. We need a translator.
Eso es un acto civil, ¿ok, Frometa? Tienes que darle la cara a la gente y poner un traductor. Para la próxima reunión, ¿queremos un traductor o vamos a ver a cómo vamos a tocar? Que tengan buenas noches, Liva. Trabaja con los negocios, que son los que te pagan tu cheque, ¿ok, Liva?
For the next meeting, we want a translator. Work for the businesses. Hello, please state your name and begin speaking. Please state your name and begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Andy, and I am a long-term resident in the city of Downey. And I just wanted to express a concern I had after hearing lots of the written correspondence submitted. And, you know, as a younger person in the city of Downey, I really hope that the council does not take to heart those rather bigoted comments that were made. You know, many of my generation, we do support LGBTQ issues, and, you know, we will be carefully watching the board or the council's actions. And I believe, you know, if the right actions aren't taken, you know, we will come out and vote for those who do support those LGBTQ issues. And I understand that, you know, maybe the picnic isn't the way to go, but I do believe that maybe in the near future, or maybe even now, you guys can support something as June being Pride Month. There doesn't have to be monetary backing toward it, but we do want to be supported and be, you know, recognized. Yeah, that's about it. That's all I have to say. Thank you. Yeah, that's about it.
Hello, please state your name and begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Janet, and I would just like to first say that I have been a very long time Downey resident. I went through Downey schools. I volunteer quite a bit in the city, and I am very proud to be a Downey resident. I am very grateful for our city council. Each and every one of you have a day job that you work hard at, and you come out to all of the events, and you're very supportive. And I think that goes unnoticed a lot of times. And most of the time people call in to complain, but I'm just calling in to compliment and just to say that my family is very grateful that all of you have stepped up. And I don't agree with everything that goes on in the city. But you know what? I have to be the change if I don't like something. And calling up and cussing people out and being disrespectful, that's not how you see change. And I just hope that the people that are calling in with such pain in their heart can see that that is just not the best way to be. I'm very grateful for our police department. I think we have a wonderful police department, city council, fire department, and a great school district. So I'm just wanting to say thank you. That's all. Bye.
Hello, please state your name and begin speaking. Please state your name and begin speaking. Hello, please state your name and begin speaking.
Yes, my name is Brian Heyman. I'm a resident of the city of Downey in the 3rd District. Wow, what a meeting tonight. First of all, I would like to commend all of the council members for their service, even those that I may not agree with at all times. And I really want to commend Mayor Frometa for her leadership this evening and stating what is the hard truth, I think, with regard to one of our fellow council members. And I just want you to know, Ms. Frometa, that you have my support in the city. I think you're doing a fantastic job as mayor. You've really done a lot in the area of transparency with the city and what you personally are doing with regard to various agendas and issues of importance to you in the city and communicating those to us through your regular columns and videos and whatnot. Keep up the good work. Also, I would like to commend John Oskowy, our assistant city manager, for the fantastic job he did in managing the Measure S projects throughout the city. You know, we spent $65 million in major capital improvement projects in multiple locations throughout the city. The parks, the fire stations, the work in the police station, the beautiful library, the Downey Theater, and all the other projects. We all have a lot to be thankful for in our city, just in the facilities that we have to use right now. And I'm so thankful to our police department as well. It's one of the most accessible police agencies I've ever dealt with. I'm honored when I send a note to Chief Milligan and he responds personally to the note and or assigns one of his command staff to an issue I may be concerned about. I'm thrilled when I call the Downey Police Dispatch and I get an operator during a non-emergency incident and report a situation, a homeless person or someone inebriated and passed out on the sidewalk. Within 5 minutes, there's a cruiser there to check on that person. That doesn't happen in the city of Los Angeles or in areas served by the sheriff's department because they are so overwhelmed by those kinds of calls. But without those responses by our police department, the city of Downey would be in really poor shape. There'd be rampant crime. We need to attend to the small issues in the city first, the quality of life issues, the small crimes, because they turn into larger ones. And so I'm really, really thankful for our Downey Police Department and the challenges that the police officers face in our country today, especially with how divisive policing has become and how political, unfortunately, it has become in
Thank you.
in
Your
our
time
country.
is up. Thank you. Hello, please state your name and begin speaking.
Yes, my name is James, and I want to point out that I am very happy with the council, except for Blanca Pacheco, Claudia Tormenta, and Madrio Trujillo. They are very bad council members. They are something else, something out of this planet. You know, I am very concerned because I studied English, and it's a very interesting that Claudia Tormenta, it rhymes with tormenta, because she is bringing the tormenta to the council. And I think she's taking a lot of heat from people. But, Claudia, I am an immigrant and you are an immigrant. That's right. You need to consider that there is a lot of people struggling to pay their rent, and they need your help. And to some extent, you are coming out as very arrogant. In regards to the other gentleman, he walks, and the other lady, I don't know what she is, but, and then the gentleman speaking in there, I don't know what he's doing there, but I think that there needs to be some change in the city council, and you need to stop being so bossy to the people. I don't want to be rude, but you are pursuing litigation against Councilman Alvarez, but it is your fault that you didn't find the necessary steps. I mean, she is doing a great job. She is doing the right thing for the community. And you are pursuing, why don't you pursue litigation against Mario Trujillo? Because he negotiated backdoor deals with a victim of crime and the family and Gascon. Why don't you prosecute him? This is outrageous. This is outrageous. Totally unacceptable. Council members 1, 2, and 3, you need to get bye-bye. I yield.
Mayor, that is all.
Manager Levis, would you like to say a few words?
Well, actually, there's been a couple allegations that the city's not responding to business owners who have called for assistance. That's I'll just flat out say it's inaccurate. If you don't mind, I'd like to have Aldo Schindler talk a little bit about what we are doing with our businesses and what we've done, because I want to say we've had the most business growth in our city probably in the last 10 years. We've tore down a lot of the red tape for businesses. We've really streamlined things for people to get approvals. We've had more businesses enter our city than we've had in the previous 10 years or so. So it's just inaccurate, and it's inaccurate to say that we haven't done anything on that end. So, Mr. Schindler, can you go ahead and talk a little bit about how we're responding to local business, some of the things that we're doing, please?
Sure. Thank you, City Manager Levis. So about a year ago, when the pandemic struck all of us and we were all running rapid to try to access resource for our community, one of the first things we did is we started to assist our businesses with outdoor dining permits. At the time, funding wasn't available from the federal or state government. Regardless, what we did is to reach out to our businesses to make sure that they had the ability to open up and continue to provide service in an outdoor environment when they couldn't do that inside. In addition to the restaurants, we also provided outdoor assistance for service for the other service types of businesses, nail salons, barbershops, gyms, regardless of funding, regardless of timing, knowing that they needed assistance as soon as possible. As soon as funding started to be released at the federal and the state level, we immediately started to develop grant programs for our business community. If you drive through our downtown and you see all of that outdoor dining, they were all funded through our Parklet grant program. Those are $10,000 grants to each of those businesses to provide those outdoor parklets so that they can continue to sustain themselves and support their own operations. And this is all through the guidance of our city council. And then our city council also supported staff in the creation of a citywide business grant program. The city council allocated $750,000 to provide $25,000 grants each to our businesses. We immediately had 50 businesses that received applications. We have a few that have been funded. We have 3 more that are going to be funded by the end of this week. We have 6 additional ones that are awaiting funding after those 3. We have 49 that are on the waiting list. We continue to work through our active participant list and our waiting list. We do our best to get back to businesses within 24 hours so that we can keep them abreast of what's happening. We reply by phone and by email. If there are businesses out there that need assistance, feel free to access the information on our website and through all of our social media platforms. We've also, as the city manager said, continued to support our shopping centers through this global pandemic in terms of how they've planned out their logistics of their operations, whether they've wanted to provide assistance to their tenants in providing access to their customer base, or they've needed any sort of assistance in land use issues on how to access their site. We also attempted to get extremely creative, and once again through the partnership of our City Council and our Downtown Business Association, in being flexible with the closure of Downey Avenue and then opening Downey Avenue and putting K-rails out there, all at the expense both of product and labor to the city to provide those services. And we continue to touch base with our Downtown Business Association to make sure that they're being heard and have access to City Hall. And I can answer any questions that you have.
In addition to that, I just want to say, and we also communicate the funding that's available at the federal and state or county level as well, not just the city. Much of the money that's gone out has also been federal money, and so we communicate those needs as well. We assist folks. That said, since most of the funding that was provided by the city is also federal funding, not everybody is going to get through that process as quickly as possible, as quickly as they'd like to, only because some of that funding has some strings attached, and so you got to go through those hoops. You know, they got to employ people, they got to make sure that they keep employees in their businesses, can continue to pay them. So those are things that are important, and we want to make sure that they're doing that, and that's just the requirements of the funding as well. But to say that we're not responding to people is just flat out inaccurate.
Thank you, City Manager Rivas, and thank you, Mr. Schindler. Appreciate your comments. Now is the time for consent calendar items. Members of the public wishing to address the City Council regarding consent calendar items, again, only consent, may now call our teleconference line at 562-299-6622. For those who submitted comments via email, your comments will be read into the record and no further public comment via teleconference will be permitted. City Clerk Duarte, did we receive any correspondence on consent?
Mayor, we did not.
Okay. Are there any, do we have any speakers on the phone?
We do not, Mayor.
Great. Are there any council members that would like to remove or abstain from an item?
Yes, Madam Mayor. I need to abstain on item number 4 as my residence is within 500 feet of this project. So I will abstain on number 4.
Okay, anyone else? Now, is there a motion and a second to approve the consent calendar?
I'll make that motion.
I'll make the motion.
Then I'll second.
Okay. City Clerk Duarte, can I have a roll call, please?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Alvarez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ashton?
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Pacheco?
Yes.
And Mayor Frometa?
Yes.
The consent calendar is approved with Councilmember Trujillo abstaining from item number 4.
Okay, now, so we have 2 administrative reports this evening. Number 11 is discuss the Code of Ethics and Conduct for City Commissioners, Committee, and Board members. And this will include adopting a resolution of the City Council of the City of Downey, adopting a Code of Ethics and Conduct for City Commissioners, Committee, and Board members. It's interesting that in this particular meeting, based on what transpired earlier this evening, I actually asked staff some weeks ago to prepare the proposed Code of Ethics and Conduct resolution. We looked at, or I looked at various cities. Other cities have adopted these resolutions as a guide to their board members, their commissioners, and their committee members. I think we have witnessed, unfortunately, the unraveling of lack of civility across our country. And certainly, we have witnessed it over the last several months in our city. And again, it's very unfortunate. As I've said it before, and I will continue to say it, we can always disagree, and we can have a good exchange about our disagreements. But these can always be done respectfully, and we can agree to disagree without being disagreeable to one another. That has been the hallmark of how the city of Downey has conducted business over the last many decades. And it is unfortunate that because of the rhetoric and what has happened across our country and what we see today, that we need to establish a resolution that hopefully provides our commissioners and our committee members and our board members a guide of what the expectation is in terms of behaving in a manner that is, or conducting ourselves with integrity and honesty, and being responsible, protecting the public interests, and fairness and accountability, as well as the respect for fellow appointed officials, staff, and the public, the proper and the efficient use of public resources. Every time we are elected to any office, we of course, represent the public, and those that we choose to appoint to various boards and commissions are an extension of us. And to that, I think it's important that we have this code of ethics and conduct. And so having said that, I hope my council colleagues had an opportunity to review the resolution, and that was included in the reports. And I will open it up for additional comments or questions at this time.
Madam Mayor, if I may?
Yes, please.
Hey, my one thing with this, I'm okay. Actually, I got a couple of things, but it's not big issues. One, especially in light of tonight, the first category for that should be council members. So I think we should be included in this if we're going to make the people we appoint to be part of this. We should be part of it as well if we're going to do this. So I would like to amend this to the point where we add ourselves to have to sign this as well. And then my second point would be, and more for the attorney, what type of legality does this give to us to do any type of, like, if somebody violates this, what's the punishment?
I'll answer that second question first. The city charter already provides the council the authority to remove commissioners at will. They serve at your will, they can be removed at will. The Code of Ethics just gives you additional support, gives you additional things to base those decisions on. That's all this does. But you already have the authority to remove commissioners, board members, committee members at will under the city charter. The second question, the first question you asked, I'm ahead of you. I do have a draft that I could bring back at the next meeting that would apply to council members. And if you want to adopt this one as is today, next meeting, I can bring back one identical that has council members. If that is the wish of the council, I can do that.
Thank you.
You have a draft already.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. And Councilmember Ashton, thank you for those two questions. Very, very well spoken.
One more follow-up. I'm sorry, Madam Mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
I apologize. So then we couldn't just tag ourselves onto this one and be done with it, or do we have to? Do we really have to come back with something for the next meeting?
the reason why I'm suggesting to do it that way is because we have to go through the entire document and add council members every time we have a reference to commissioners. And that we might spend a lot of time doing that. And rather than do that, just come back with a separate resolution for council members. And you can get this one done without having to spend the time to go through and add council members at every point, because there's a lot of references to commissioners in here, and it just would take some time. That's all. It's just really just to save some time.
Okay, so if you think this will be in the best interest of time for staff, then I'll go ahead with that suggestion as well. Thank you, Madam Mayor. That concludes my questions.
Thank you, Councilmember Ashton. Anybody else have any thoughts, comments?
I do like this idea of having a code of ethics. I'm actually surprised we didn't have it. But so logistically, would commissioners then be requested to sign it as soon as it's adopted?
So on the resolution section, section 2 of the resolution says that commissioners, committee, and board members who are already been appointed will have till June 1st to sign it. So those who are sitting right now will have till June 1st to sign it. And then after that, any future appointments that you make, they will sign it at the time they take the oath of office.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else? I will now entertain a motion and a second to adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Downey adopting a code of ethics and conduct for City Commissioners Committee.
Mayor, can we take public comment, please?
Oh, yes, thank you. Let's take public comment. My bad. Okay. Let me open up. I will now open this item for public comment. Members of the public wishing to address the council regarding item number 11, that's number 11 only, may now call our teleconference line at 562-299-6622. For those who submitted comments via email, your comments will be read into the record and no further public comment via teleconference will be permitted. City Clerk Duarte, did we receive any written correspondence about this?
We did, Mayor. The first email is from BJ Patel. Madam Mayor and members of council, thank you for your continued hard work and dedication. I was pleased to learn that a code of conduct will be created and executed for commissioners, board members, and committee members. The City of Downey has a variety of commissions and committees that citizens can be part of. Some of these groups play a key role in the functioning of the city. The commissioners, board members, and committee members serve at the leisure of the appointing city council member, thus are a quasi-city employee and ultimately answer to the public. It is no secret that the unspoken rules of decorum, civility, and respect expected from these individuals have not been followed, necessitating a formal code of conduct. The code of conduct must include a removal section and make clear whether the rules apply retroactively. The code of conduct would be meaningless if removal language is not included because members could violate the rules without any consequences, which defeats any purpose of the document. I have included sample language for the removal section below. Thank you and God bless. See removal. A member of a commission, board, or committee may be discharged from his or her position and duties at any time and without cause by the member of the council who appointed such person or through the city manager by the filing with the city clerk a written statement setting forth the facts of such removal, the name of the person being removed, and the date such removal is to be effective.
And as I mentioned, the city charter already provides for removal at will without any of that explanation attached to it. They serve at your pleasure. They may be removed at will.
I have one more correspondence, Mayor.
Okay.
Agenda item number 11, admin reports, discuss code of ethics and conduct for city commissioners, committee, and board members. Lee Squire, committee and board member. I was surprised to have had no notification as to this agenda. If we members are to be subject to a code of ethics and conduct, then so should council members and city staff. I asked city clerk as to code of ethics for council members and city staff. City clerk responds in writing, see attached. City of Downey has no records. City council bylaws for Measure S Oversight Committee includes Independent Citizens Oversight Committee Ethics Policy Statement. However, the bylaws for Public Works Committee had no such ethics policy statement. Do these pending Code of Ethics supersede Measure S Ethics Policy Statement? Please confirm there is no Code of Ethics for City Council and city staff.
Okay, do we have any callers?
Yes, Mayor. Hello, please state your name and begin speaking.
Yes. Real quick, in regards to this code of conduct, I cannot say that the community can actually have faith in people like the current council body establishing guidelines of ethics when some of these people have conducted themselves in extremely unethical manners that had not only borderline criminal activity, but had definitely violated city council policies. Now, if you want to talk about removing commissioners and pointing out conflicts of interest, well, then let's talk about it. Is it ethical for Claudia's husband to be appointed? Is it ethical for Mario Trujillo's husband to get appointed by someone else because he couldn't do it directly himself? What about Pacheco's mom? These are all what should be clearly conflicts of interest that are benefiting people simply because of who they're related to, rather than what they can actually do in service of the community. So I have no faith, and I don't trust anything that you guys are trying to implement as of far. What you need to do is make sure that the community has more time than what it is today, to make more public comment and to make amendments to what this potentially could turn out to be. With that said, thank you.
Hello, please state your name and begin speaking.
Hello, this is Rodolfo. So I'm looking at this Code of Ethics. Community members can look at it at the very back of the agenda. So I'm very concerned about what I see here, because everyone should understand that this is the city trying to scare the few commissioners who are willing to speak up. This already happened, for example, in the neighboring city of Paramount, and they have an even more draconian code there for their commissioners, which again, of course, they don't apply to their own council members. So this is all about trying to silence those that working people that have managed to enter positions in government. So what the city wants to do is clamp down on their speech, on their demeanor, on what they do. So that's how everyone should understand this, because that's what it is. They wouldn't be doing this if there wasn't a reason for it, and that's that regular working people, activists, have been elected, have been appointed to different positions in the city, especially the city manager and the mayor, who represent what the people, the regular working people of Downey do not support. You know, like they oppose things like rent control. So the people want rent control. So of course, the mayor and the city manager want to stop anyone in the city government from being pro rent control. So that's why this is happening. Plus all sorts of other reasons. So I also just have questions about it. Like, you know, it says that you're going to treat the members of the public with fairness and honesty. So is that what about, Mr. Trujillo? He's been called out already. Why is he telling community members to not show up to these public meetings? Like, that's unacceptable. I don't think it's acceptable for the council members to put this on, their appointees without putting it on themselves. Like, especially because, again, this is really just a method of social control against the commissioners that have been speaking out about the injustices, about the water issues, about the parking issues, about the housing rights issues. So this is all a conspiracy against those people. So there should and these things are going to get fought over in court. The attorney is, really trying to push this through because the city manager and the mayor want it done so they can control the narrative. So that's unacceptable. We need, if you're going to put this standard on appointees, then you should put it on yourselves. You should not be voting for this. Of course, the commissioners are going to continue speaking up because it's their right as American citizens. So they're going to keep exercising whether you like it or not. You are freaked out because now there's a lot of people talking about all these issues and media sources that are alternative and instead of just the right wing.
Time is up. Hello, please state your name and begin speaking.
Yes, this is James, and I'm calling again because I think it's important for John Oscui to give back the house he received.
Sir, this is regarding agenda item number 11, the code of conduct for commissioners and board members.
Oh, is John Oscui not a commissioner? Oh, that's right. He acts like one. I'm sorry. Okay, let me move on to the next point. It's also very important to point out that Mario Trujillo's husband is still on the commission, and he was appointed by Princess Pacheco, and Claudia Rometa's husband, he's on a commission. Pacheco's mom is on a commission. So I think that is called nepotism, if I am correct. And I don't think that sits well with the community.
Sir, this is regarding item number 11, code of conduct for commissioners and board members. You need to stay on topic.
Yes, this is for commissioners. I don't think.
Hello, please state your name and begin speaking.
Hey, Mommy! I want to talk about the commission's roles. And I'm glad that it doesn't apply to Mommy Blanca. That's good, because we need to have ethics with all of our commissioners, especially the family members, the council members. That's a good one. There's a problem, though. We got a lot of people that eat too many Big Macs, and that needs to be stopped. There needs to be a weight limit, maximum.
Mr. Herman, please stay on topic. You've been warned.
Mommy, I'm doing what you told me to do. You told me it was good to call meetings, that it's good for my therapy.
Mr. Herman, you've been warned. We are going to disconnect. Last warning.
Fat cow. No.
We're disconnecting.
Hello, please state your name and begin speaking.
Hi, good evening. My name is Michael. I am a longtime City of Downey resident. First time calling in.
I'm sorry, we can't hear you. Can you speak up?
Yeah, hi. Good evening. My name is Michael. I am a longtime Downey resident. First time calling in to a city council meeting. Regarding the code of ethics, I am reading the attachment here on the city council agenda, and it only seems like 2 pages long. So I understand the city attorney said for the sake of time, to come up with an additional draft for the next council meeting to include the council members. I mean, the draft itself seems very straightforward and pretty common sense, so I don't see any issues with it. Would there be a process, or would there be a way for the council to pass the code of ethics as is and attach some sort of addendum to include themselves in the passage automatically? Or does it really have to be like a separate draft or something like that? Thank you very much.
Members of the council, if you take a recess, I can add the council. I can read into the record where the council is added here. It will take me about 5 to 10 minutes to do that because I got to do it on the resolution and on the policy to make sure we capture the council in there. I can do it that way, or as I heard from the council, I'm going to bring back a resolution that's for the council, and that'll apply to the council. So for those who are making comments about that, I'll be bringing that back.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. I think we will like to move forward with the one as is, and then bring back at the next council meeting one specifically for city council members. Any more callers, City Clerk?
No, Mayor, that is all.
Anybody else have any comments about this resolution? Okay, I will entertain a motion.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, can we please take roll?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Alvarez?
No.
Councilmember Ashton?
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Pacheco?
Yes.
And Mayor Frometa?
Yes.
The motion is approved with Councilmember Alvarez voting no.
Okay, the last item on our agenda tonight is item number 12, and that is to discuss having a language interpreter at city council meetings. And I believe Councilmember Alvarez requested this item to be placed on the agenda. Councilmember Alvarez, you can go ahead and proceed.
So I'm bringing up to have an interpreter into the city council meetings because I just hate the fact that Alicia has to take all the bullying from the people that are speaking and she cannot translate very well. It's up to you, everyone. I mean, Spanish speakers, there's a lot of Spanish speakers in the city. There's 75% of Hispanic Latinos in the city. So I don't see why not to have a translator implant in the city council meetings. That concludes my comment.
City Manager Levis, do we have a presentation regarding this item?
Well, I can surely, so Vanya DeRose, who is the assistant to the city manager, she has some information. She's our language access coordinator, and she can shed at least some light in terms of where we're at, what the law says in terms of interpretation, and then you guys can decide what you want to do with that. It's really up to the council, but she can give you at least the sort of bird's eye view of what the current law states. The other thing that I will say is that there is some legislation being contemplated right now. It's been presented by Assemblymember Cristina Garcia, which will actually dictate to cities what kind of language interpretation you should have, what the thresholds are. And so that's actually moving its way through the legislature right now. So one way or another, the state's going to chime in on this particular issue, and just like many of the other things, they kind of impose it on cities. So, but that said, Vanya can at least tell you where what the law says now, where we're at, and then you as a body can determine and give staff direction as to what you want to do. So, Vanya.
Thank you, Mr. Rivas. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. So as mentioned, this evening I will be providing information regarding the city's language access program and the city's outreach efforts and interpreting information. To give you some background, government agencies receiving federal funding must have a citywide language access plan, or LAP. The LAP outlines how to provide services to individuals who are non-English speaking or have limited English proficiency. The City of Downey plan can be viewed on the city's website on a dedicated page, and the plan was last updated in October 2019. By federal law, the plan has to be updated every 3 years. And I do want to point a positive highlight. Our plan has actually been used as a model for other agencies, as we've been told by Caltrans and Metro. The efforts outlined in the plan are based on a census survey of limited English proficiency individuals living in Downey. So I wanted to highlight this because sometimes there's a confusion that it's based on demographics of a city as the determining factor. But it's actually based on the percentage of LAP individuals that fall above the safe harbor determination set by the federal government, which is 5% or 1,000 people. The plan outlines oral interpretation. There are 2 types, on-demand and advance notice. On-demand is standard inquiries, so city services, codes, permits, police activities, enforcement, and administrative procedures, and completing forms. The city provides these services in 3 different ways. So one is vital city forms in Spanish. There are forms that the city regularly has requested by patrons. And so these forms are ready in translating into Spanish to give out to residents. This is claim forms, facility rentals, business license, library card applications, and so forth. The city also uses a language line. It's an on-demand phone and video interpreting services, and we've used it since June 2019. The service provides over 150 languages and allows staff to communicate with patrons who are limited English proficiency, both at city facilities and in the field. So this could be like our city firefighters who are responding to a call. Since we have initiated the program, we have assisted 56 individuals. While most have been in Spanish, we have also actually assisted those who speak Cantonese, Vietnamese, Albanian, Russian, Punjabi, Korean, and American Sign Language as well. The city also, thirdly, has designated city staff, approximately 100 that have been tested both in verbal and written Spanish, that it can assist patrons over the phone or over the counter to assist with day-to-day operations. So the second version is advance notice. So according to city procedures, this is to assist with city procedures or technical items of nature. So for public comment at city council meetings or commission meetings, there's a 48 hours advance notice. We also sometimes need to get advance notice if there's something for technical nature, like building and safety or in code enforcement. Regarding notifications for city council meetings, they are listed on the agenda and on the city clerk's webpage, both in English and in Spanish. There's also a sign regarding document translation requests at each agenda posting at the library, BGR, and City Hall. The city does contract with 3 vendors, so that we have interpreters readily available if we do have a request. And I do want to note that the city has also recently began translating its agendas in Spanish as well. So we began tracking requests since 2018. We have received 9 requests for oral interpretation at city council meetings, and they were actually all for one city council meeting, the 11/20/2019. And we have also received 1 document translation for the agenda, and that was also around the same time period. I should also note that sometimes while we may not have a request, the city is proactive in hiring an interpreter based on an interest of a topic that's on the agenda. So next is the city survey. We recently conducted a survey of surrounding agencies regarding providing and interpreting services. 5 of the 11 cities provide an interpreter, and you'll see that the percentage of those communities range for LAP individuals range from 25% to 45%. The Downey, it is listed at 17%, according to the US Census 2018. And Downey is also one of the few cities, 4 out of 11, that provide their agenda in Spanish. I also want to note that in addition to Spanish, Korean does fall under the Safe Harbor provision, and as such, our language access plan does provide outreach efforts for that group as well. So estimated cost. Typically for after hours, 5 o'clock, an interpreter costs about $150. If we do a conservative estimate from 6:30 to 9:30, 3 hours, and for 2 interpreters, because you do have to have 2 interpreters once you go beyond the 2 hours, it's approximately $900. If you multiply that by 26, we're looking at $23,400. However, I want to note that this is a very conservative estimate. Tonight would be an example, we're past 9:30, so when you go above the agreement that's set with the interpreter, they start charging actually by every half hour, not the hour. So as of right now, we would be looking at another additional $300 for the half hour that we're hitting 10 o'clock. If we use last week as an example, we went over to about 1 o'clock in the morning. So to keep it simple, I'll say 1 o'clock, and that was 3.5 hours above the time. So if you take 3.5 times it by 600 now, because it's double the time, we're adding an additional $2,100. So it turns that from $900 to $3,000 for that evening. So other city efforts. We do actively outreach to 37 groups that work with LAP communities. And we provide them regular notifications. So an example would be the rental assistance program, both in English and Spanish, the food drive, and also how to obtain interpreting and translating services for city programs and operations. Transit buses, ADA notices, and non-discrimination notices are also posted at city facilities in Spanish and Korean. Cities began social media postings in Spanish as well, and developing press releases in Spanish. Also, our city website has the ability to translate into Spanish. So lastly, I want to mention legislation, as Mr. Levis has mentioned. There is currently 3 legislation currently being routed, AB 301, AB 703, and AB 339. However, AB 339 is the one that has been in focus recently, and it's because of some of the requirements that it does have. So it requires at all meetings to be provided with the opportunity to address legislative body remotely and via telephonic and internet-based services, and requires both options to have closed optioning services. What's unique about this is that it's requiring this even after the emergency session by the executive order by the governor has ended. So this would need to continue to happen even when we have in-person meetings. It also requires an interpreter for any language that is spoken by 5% or more of the agency's jurisdiction, and requires written material to be translated into any language that is spoken by 5% or more of the agency's jurisdiction. We still need to get clarification on written materials. We don't know what that means. It can mean broad things. The entire agenda packet would be an example, which can be extremely extensive.
Vanya, let me interrupt you for a minute. What is the percentage of Korean population? Because aside from the Latino or Latinx, you said our next language would be Korean.
Yes. So
right here it says by 5% or more of the agency's jurisdiction.
The only one that would meet that requirement is Spanish and Downey. So our safe harbor, according to the federal government, is 5% or 1,000, whatever is lower. So our Korean, I think I stated in the previous slide, was slightly over 1,000. So that's why our plan does include outreach for them, but this particular legislation would just be for Spanish-speaking individuals. I also want to note that on the first bullet where it says requires all meetings, there's also that it's not just city council meetings. It could be subcommittee meetings, ad hoc meetings, planning commission meetings as well that would need to meet all these requirements. So regarding this bill, just to make a note that the League of California Cities has actually issued an opposition letter regarding this along with other agencies because they have stated that it is burdening local agencies financially and practically, especially when there is laws already in place regarding open meetings. The city has seen some draft amendments to this particular legislation that's actually removing these requirements, and stating that you just have to have them available, which is what already is in place. It also exempts the state from having to abide by any of the requirements. So we haven't seen it in print yet, but we are continuing to monitor it. It does have to go to committee by April 30th, so this year, and it has yet to be sent to a committee. So It could be an indication of where it's going for the legislation, but that's where it stands right now. And that concludes my update, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Vanya, one more time. What did you say our LAP the percentage of Spanish speakers are in the city?
It's 17%.
Can you go back to the slide that has the list of cities? That one. And can you also go back to the slide on the number of requests that we have received? Does anybody have any comments or questions? Thank you, Vanya, for your presentation.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, if I may.
Yes, please, Councilmember Ashton.
Yeah, so I look at this as like, should we do this if money wasn't the issue? Is this the right thing to do? I think we all would say yes, it's the right thing to do. But now we have this issue. Well, now we've got to pay an extra person to come to stay late or something. Alicia's been doing a yeoman's job of doing her job, and then having to translate as well. And I speak English only, and I don't know how I couldn't do that in English, let alone multiple languages. So I mean, it's a lot of work for one person to have to deal with the regular job, and then on top of keeping track of time and dealing with all the other legalities, having to translate as well. And there's got to be a solution that we can come up with, Gil, where maybe we have somebody that's on staff that we can pay them, like, okay, instead of you coming in your regular day, stay for the meeting and translate, so that way we're not paying the thousands of dollars for this. We already have them on staff. I mean, there's got to be a simpler solution than that. So, that would be my suggestion. Maybe find someone else that's already hired by the city of Downey that already has language skills, and maybe a part-time employee that would like to come in for the council meetings or something, just to help out with that.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Can't if there's a resident that needs a Spanish language interpreter or a sign language interpreter, can't they just call City Hall and request one?
I think that has been done, and I think that that is our policy. Vanya indicated with our language access plan, which has been viewed as a best practice by other cities, we do provide those services. In fact, if you recall, when we had many people coming in, back in the latter part of 2018 or 2019, we had those headsets. And so if there is an item that people are very interested, we do provide those services. That is already in place. And
I remember us having one this year as well. We had 2 Spanish language interpreters. It was on the rent control agenda.
Yeah, typically what we do is if we anticipate that there's going to be an item where we're going to have need Spanish speakers, a Spanish speaker interpreter, then we will go ahead and bring somebody in. Typically on a regular meeting night, we don't necessarily have that many, so Alicia does a really good job. I think, how many did you do tonight?
In Spanish?
Yeah. One?
It was just one.
One. So, that's kind of how, a regular meeting. So typically we would have, if we know we're going to have an item that's going to require translation services, we do that and we'll bring them in. So all of this may be mute by the state legislature, and they may mandate that we do whatever. So a lot of cities are kind of taking a wait and see and waiting to see what the legislature does. But we will certainly do whatever the council desires to do.
Anybody have any other thoughts or comments?
I'm just like Gilbert. Like, how hard would it be just to find somebody on staff that has bilingual skills that can do this for a fraction of the cost?
Well, certainly we can. First of all, we would have to do that, and remember, whoever we bring in, we're paying them overtime, so it's not exactly a fraction of the cost, but it would be cheaper. So it would
$2,000.
Yeah, it would be cheaper. The issue is, again, is need, right? So that person's going to be paid no matter what. So if you have one translator here or two translators, Vanya, go ahead. She's raised her hand. So to Mike.
Hang on. Wait for the mic.
Go ahead.
Just of note regarding the agenda items, sometimes there's complex items on the agenda. So especially if it's something related to community development for CDBG or planning, things of those nature. Even though we have staff who are tested in Spanish, those are mainly used for over-the-counter or over-the-phone assistance for day-to-day operations. But when we start getting to technical discussions, that's when things get a little tricky. When to get specialized. In fact, when we do have the interpreters come, we send them the agenda in advance, and they're interpreters that go to cities so they understand how city operations work, the type of discussion. So there is preparation that goes into the meetings.
And even some of those interpreters have been criticized by the public for not translating. You know, it's not an easy thing to do, and in any language. And Alicia's done a pretty darn good job. So anyway, that's the other challenge, Councilmember Ashton. So again, we can certainly look at.
When those happen, because you just said that when we have complicated items on the agenda, those are things we can account for and we can plan and do that.
Right.
So like, what if it's something that we're not planning, but now we're like tonight was a relatively light night, but that's not always the case.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's absolutely true. And in that particular case, Alicia has actually done a pretty darn good job. So if I look as you're sitting,
I'm not trying to say that Alicia hasn't.
Right.
I just think it's like too much. You're dealing with, she's got her regular job and dealing with it. And then on top of that, and translate, by the way.
Yeah.
Why don't we have her juggle and like do other things too? I mean, we can, I don't know.
Well,
reprogram something or whatever. It's a lot of work, and I don't think it's fair on her.
Look, I don't disagree, and I'm just saying that if we're going to have somebody here that could translate, I'm not sure that, and we can look, but we will be paying somebody to be here regardless, and so right now there is the ability for somebody to call in and ask for that. And those instances where somebody hasn't called in, if there are 2 or 3 people that can handle it, Alicia's been doing a good job. But look, we'll find if that's not acceptable to the council, we'll find some other alternative. I'm not here to debate or contradict anybody. I mean, we can do that. I'm just we're pointing out some of the challenges. That's all.
I want to mention something. Have anyone asked Alicia how she feels when she cannot translate any words? And she gets bullied about it. Like, I'm just seeing this in the perspective that she's doing a lot of work on top of what she's doing. So
yes, I have. I've spoken to Alicia about it directly, and so that's the only thing. And she's actually look. I want to speak with her for her, but we've had spoken about it, and so she's been doing a great job, at it, but. And I think everybody's speaking for her, but maybe she should speak for herself. And Alicia, how do you feel about it?
Honestly, I don't have an issue translating. I think maybe in some instances when some members of the public that are very passionate and are speaking quickly and just throwing out a lot of words, it doesn't allow me time to gather my thoughts to say, what they want to say. But I think I've only had that issue with one person.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I think We need to wait and find out what the state legislature does before we spin our wheels and move in a different direction. I believe the plan we currently have is adequate based on need. I think that's what we are looking at, based on need. I will entertain a motion to
I make a motion that we table this issue for now, pending state legislation to give us more.
Mayor, I have one public comment email.
Oh, yes, please.
And do you want to go ahead and
We are discussing item number 12. I will now open this item for public comment. Members of the public wishing to address the council regarding item number 12 only, may now call our teleconference line at 562-299-6622. For those who submitted comments via email, your comments will be read into the record, and no further public comment via teleconference will be permitted.
Mayor, this email is from Hava Buchanan. Hi, City Council. My name is Hava, and I am a longtime Downey resident. I highly recommend that the City Council hire a full-time Spanish language translator for the City Council meetings. I think it would greatly benefit our Spanish-speaking community and make it much easier for them to call in and submit public comment. While I think the city clerk does a commendable job, it would help save time in translating and would make meetings run a lot smoother. And then we have some calls.
Thank you.
Hello, please state your name and begin speaking.
Yes. So here we go. Sean Ashton, I gotta say, as if you only speak English and you have benefited from your government and the system as it is, perhaps respectfully you should take a step back, as you're not a Spanish speaker. And if you were a Spanish speaker and only spoke Spanish, you probably wouldn't be saying that people should table this or take a step back. Here's what we got. You need 5% to meet the threshold to provide this service for the community. That or 1,000 people. We are at 17%. That means that we have met that threshold 3 fucking times. 3 times. So it's not that we meet the threshold as a problem. It's now that we are underserved. We are underserved by 3 times the amount of what should be provided to our community. You want to complain? You guys want to frame it as it's too expensive? What is it? Like 3,000 was a rough estimate. But how about this? How about we don't need Havana Nights, which is 85,000, huh? Why don't we allocate money from other areas to provide this resource, which is essential to our community members, rather than to host events? This is about racism and suppression. If you cannot create an environment that is accessible to everyone, when the numbers are telling you you are underrepresenting and underserving, then you are in the process of discriminating against your own constituents. And let's not be kidding ourselves. A lot of those Spanish speakers are not voting for Fermetta or Pacheco. So they are not interested in informing that range of people. Do the right thing, you idiots, and represent the entire community, not just who you think should be represented because you think they might provide a vote for you. Again, we passed the threshold 3 times, and they already said we have the money and the translator is available. Finally, I will say this. Do not put this on Alicia Duarte. There are things about translating that require speed and an extended vocabulary that might not be accessible to regular bilingual speakers. So don't you try to scapegoat and put it all on a worker where you think you're going to save a buck. Do the right thing. Thank you.
Hello, please state your name and begin speaking.
Aló, buenas noches, Rodríguez.
Sí, buenas noches. Un momento.
Buenas noches.
Permítame.
Sí.
Ok, puede empezar.
Ok. Livas, Downey es una comunidad latina. Ok, no es anglosajona. 75% casi
Downey,
latina.
Livas Downey is a Hispanic community. It is not a white community. 75% Hispanic.
Alicia está entre la espada y la pared, está en el medio. Alicia no sabe traducir, porque cuando yo hablo no sabe pronunciar mis palabras.
Alicia is pinned against the wall because she doesn't know how to translate. When I call, she doesn't know how to translate for me.
Usted habla de dinero, pero bueno, ¿por qué no agarramos una cosa? Le quitamos $100,000 de su cheque y resolvemos el problema de traducción.
You talk about money. Well, why don't we do one thing? Why don't we remove $100,000 from your salary and use it for translation?
Sí, entonces ya, usted siempre está con el problema del dinero. Bueno, ¿por qué no le quitamos dinero a usted de su cheque?
You always talk about money. Well, why don't we take away the money from your check?
Oiga, usted gana casi $400,000 con beneficio. Vamos a quitarle 100,000 y resolvemos traducción.
You make $300,000 with benefits. Why don't we take
400. Alicia, traduce bien, por favor, porque necesitamos un traductor, no necesitamos una payasa ahí, por favor.
Okay. Si me permite y puede hablar un poco más despacio. Okay. You make $400,000 plus benefits. So why don't we take the money from your check?
Prometa, no te rías. Tú sabes que aquí son 75% de la comunidad latina.
Prometa, don't laugh. You know that the community is 75% Hispanic.
Y tú está incluida también Mario Trujillo. No, Mario Trujillo se mudó hace unos 5 meses para aquí, para esta ciudad. A él no lo vamos a contar.
And you're also included here, Mario Trujillo. You've been in the city for 5 months.
Entonces, Liva, el dinero hay que sacarlo. Como mismo lo gastas en cosas innecesarias, en viaje a Ensenada.
Liva, so the money you spend it on trips to Ensenada?
Como lo gastas en las noches esas, Havana Night, $80,000.
Or how you spend it on Havana nights, $80,000?
¿Por qué no agarramos ese dinero y lo ponemos un traductor que lo necesitamos para la comunidad, no para el beneficio de ustedes?
So why don't you spend money for a translator that we need for the community and not for your benefit?
Y eso está en contra del acto civil, ¿ok? Y si no lo prueban, van a tener problemas.
And that goes against the civil act. ¿Y qué fue lo último que dijo?
Y si no lo aprueba, van a tener problemas. Ve que no sabe traducir, necesitamos un traductor.
Lo que pasa es que no me deja hablar.
No, lo que pasa es que tú no eres traductor, Alicia. Tú no eres traductor. No pongas más ahí, por favor.
No. ¿Puedes repetir, por favor?
Que necesitamos un traductor, Alicia. Tú no sabes traducir.
That we need a translator, Alicia. You don't know how to translate.
Tú estás metida en el medio. Tú no sabes traducir. A mí no me estás traduciendo bien.
You're stuck in the middle. You don't know how to translate. You don't know how to translate good for me.
Por eso necesitamos un traductor.
That's why we need a translator.
No es que es un lujo, es una necesidad en la comunidad. Hay mucha gente que
it's not a luxury, it's a necessity for the community.
Prometa, no te rías, que es verdad, Prometa, no te rías, todo para ti es una risa, no es risa.
Prometa, don't laugh, it's the truth, don't laugh.
La Pacheco también es hispana, también está incluida en el 75%, todos están incluidos en el 75%.
Everyone is included in the 75%.
Mario, tú también estás incluido, tú eres latino, tú eres mexicano, tú no eres gringo.
Mario, you're also included. You're Latino.
Cuando tú vas a la corte, ¿no ponen un traductor en inglés y en español?
When you go to the court, don't they have a translator from English to Spanish?
¿O otra lengua? Sí la ponen. Tienen que ponerla, porque es los derechos de uno que paga taxes aquí en este estado.
They do have translators. They have them.
Entonces, sí necesitamos el traductor. Liva, aprueba el traductor, o quítate $100,000 de tu cheque y resolvemos el problema, Liva.
Livas, we do need a translator. Take the money from your check and approve the translator.
Acuérdate que tú no vives en esta ciudad. Tú eres administrador y tú no sabes qué es lo que pasa en esta ciudad, Liva.
You don't know what's happening in the city.
Que tengan buenas noches y por favor apruebe lo que la comunidad lo necesita. Ok, prometa, aunque sea, dale algo a la comunidad, aunque sea.
Have a good night and approve what the community needs. Prometa, give something to the community.
Trujillo, ten más educación. Cuando las personas hablan, las gallinas se callan, ¿ok? Que tengan buenas noches.
Have a good night. Hello, please state your name and begin speaking.
Hi, this is Brian Heyman. I'm a resident of the city, 3rd District. I don't think it's necessary at this time to hire a full-time translator for the city council meetings. Our city clerk is doing a fine job of translating, as far as I can tell. I'm not expert at the Spanish language, but I'm pretty conversational in it, and I'm grasping what the caller is saying and what the city clerk is translating, and I think she's doing an excellent job. And furthermore, if the state of California, through the legislature, is going to pass a law that will preempt whatever action city council takes in this matter, it seems we are wasting our time on that. And the on-demand translation services that the city's providing at the council meeting seems to be adequate to me. I listen in on almost all the city council meetings, and every once in a while we'll get several callers who prefer to communicate in Spanish, but usually it's just one or two. And I think the city clerk is doing a fine job in responding to those individuals. And I really got to wonder, why it is that the one individual seems to be so fixated on Mr. Levis's salary when trying to justify his argument. My goodness, come on, or fixated on Havana Nights or other expenses that the city has at this point. It's not germane to his argument. I think he weakens it. But he's definitely passionate, and Spanish is a Romance language, and it's very passionate. And I hear his passion, and I think the city clerk is doing a great job in translating that passion. Thank you.
Hello, please state your name and begin speaking.
It's me, Mommy. So, you're using employees to make them de facto translators. That's not fair. I think the city clerk is going to file an unfair employment practices complaint against the municipal corporation of Downey. You're not paying her proper overtime, and you're not giving her a salary expense from language and linguistics training. Are you, Frometta? No. So that's why Ashton's so worried. That's why he yells at his microphone, because he knows that this fucking shit has to stop. You have to get a proper certified court translator along with a stenographer to do this right. So Sacramento wants to take an unfunded mandate. That's what it's called. That's what Blanca said it's called, and put it on the backs of Downey's taxpayers. And that's not fair. Make Sacramento pay for the fucking thing if they want it. Otherwise, you need to be paying people for their overtime expenses. So be looking for it the clerk's gonna be going for back wages and unpaid overtime against Claudia Macau Frometa. That's right. How do you translate certain words? Like when she has a Big Mac in her mouth or French fries and says,
Mr. Herman, Mr. Herman, stay on topic.
well, ma'am, I'm doing what you told me to do. I'm talking at fucking meetings about translators. That's what you said. Stay on the topic. And I'm doing it without feeding my face and becoming a big, fat fucking pig like the mayor. So let's get this tabled until the mayor finds out what she's going to do to pay for the $400,000 unfunded translation mandate that Mr. Ashton has all the details about, and he's going to talk to you about it. That's why he doesn't go to meetings anymore at Downey. He doesn't want anything to do with you personally. He stays in his bunker where he's safe and warm. Unlike...
Hello, please state your name and begin speaking.
Yeah, my name is Carlos. I'm a District 3 resident. And as a resident of Downey, of District 3, I feel the need to call in order to give a message as to how me and my fellow residents feel about the woman that was unfortunately elected to represent us. Let us make something completely clear, Catherine Alvarez or...
Hello, please state your name and begin speaking.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I was calling regarding the item 12 about the translator, and I'd like to start off by pointing to some of the topics that have been alluded to, or the points that have been alluded to about Alicia. I'd like to thank her for her service and everything, but the reality is, Alicia, you do a very poor job. Well, not a very poor job, but I mean, compared to what a professional should do, I mean, I catch so many mistakes. Even before this topic came up, I remember just yelling when hearing how so much of the message got lost in that translation. So the people who have previously called speaking about the subject, saying that it's not necessary and they could sort of get the idea, I think are badly mistaken. Aside from that, a few other points have been made to which I agree with. I mean, what could be more necessary? What is more necessary? I mean, it's just a point of comparison, but to spend $80,000 on something like Havana Nights, as opposed to just a translator that is ensuring people's civil rights and liberties and freedom of speech, I mean, it speaks for itself. To completely bypass this is to undermine the community and to effectively discriminate on the Spanish-speaking community, considering that that's the one who really needs it the most. We're also not anyone to be dictating which people, what language people feel most comfortable in, as Mr. Trujillo has previously stated about someone like Joey Martinez. I mean, he's just an example. What I'm saying is, you're no one to say what language I feel most comfortable in. I mean, we have ESL in schools, we have translators in courts. We should have the right to speak in the language that we prefer to speak in, especially if it's Spanish, considering the population. And like I said, I mean no disrespect to Alicia. She's done a really good job considering, and I really hope she's been paid accordingly, as I just heard a previous caller speak about, that she truly does deserve it, but you are not qualified. And lastly, I mean, to Councilmember Ashton's point, I think he hit it fucking right where he should, excuse me. And that is the question that about if we do not consider money cost, is this something that we really do need? And the fact is that we do. If the community needs it, deserves it, and not only that, it is a lawful thing to do. With that, I'll end my comments. Thank you very much.
Hello, please state your name and begin speaking.
Buenas noches.
That's right.
Good evening.
Bueno, mi nombre es Rodolfo Cortés Barragán.
Well, my name is Rodolfo Cortés Barragán.
Yo quiero hablar de que sí es importante apoyar esto.
I want to talk and say that it is important that we support this.
¿Por qué no me están dando mis 6 minutos?
Why are you not giving me my 6 minutes?
I see on the screen que no me quieren dar mis minutos. Yo quiero hablar en español. ¿Por qué están?
Lo estoy viendo en la pantalla que no me están dando mis 6 minutos. Yo quiero hablar en español.
Ok. Gracias. Ya veo ahí mis minutos. Ok, es muy importante que todos nos demos cuenta. Todos nos tenemos que dar cuenta que el gobierno nos abusa. El gobierno está constantemente abusando de nosotros.
The government is constantly abusing us.
El gobierno nos exige aquí que hablamos español o inglés.
The government demands that we speak English and Spanish.
Justo esto que están haciendo.
It is not fair what you are doing.
Porque nosotros tenemos el derecho de hablar cualquier idioma que queramos y nos tienen que ayudar.
Because we have a right to speak whatever language we want and you have to help us.
Sí, es esencial que le den el derecho al público. El público tiene derechos.
It is essential that you help the public.
Tenemos derechos bajo la Constitución de los Estados Unidos.
The community has a right under the U.S. Constitution.
Tenemos derechos bajo la Constitución de California.
We have a right under the Constitution of the state of California.
Tenemos derechos bajo el Brown Act.
Tenemos derecho. I'm sorry. We have the right under the Brown Act.
De hablar de cualquier idioma que queramos.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
De hablar en cualquier idioma queramos.
To speak in whatever language we want.
Y le tienen que dar 6 minutos a las personas que quieren hablar en otro idioma.
And you have to give 6 minutes to people that speak in a different language.
Ustedes están tratando de limitar la comunidad que habla español.
You are trying to limit the community that speaks Spanish.
¿Quiénes son ustedes para decirles que yo, un niño de las escuelas de Downey, no puedo hablar en español?
Who are you to say that me, a member of the Downey community, cannot speak in Spanish?
No se les atreva a cortarle el derecho al público de hablar en español.
You don't have the right to stop the community from speaking in Spanish.
No me dieron mis 6 minutos como es requerido por la ley.
You didn't give me my 6 minutes as required by law.
¿Por qué eternamente están acosando a la comunidad?
Why are you constantly harassing the community?
La comunidad
Sir, your time is up.
Madam City Attorney, could you please address this issue? We know this individual speaks perfect English and he wants to use Spanish to double his time and hence abuse this. If you can please address this.
The first point I'd like to make is that we are not forcing anybody to speak English. If somebody wants to call in and make a public comment, they can speak in whatever language they wish. So we're not requiring anybody to speak a certain language. The Brown Act only gives non-English speakers who need a translator double time. That's the purpose and intent of the Brown Act, Government Code Section 54954.3B2. Non-English speakers get double time. That doesn't mean bilingual speakers. It doesn't mean English speakers. It means non-English speakers. So Mr. Rodriguez, for instance, our Cuban Spanish speaker, he was given double time because he needed a translator. But anybody else who wants to speak in Spanish that's bilingual can speak in Spanish, but they'll get 3 minutes because the Brown Act doesn't permit double time for those who speak English. It's only for non-English speakers.
Thank you. And again, we're not trying to limit anybody's ability to address our city council. But as you've indicated, individuals that have called into our phone lines or have been here in person speaking perfect English and now choose to speak Spanish will be given that 3-minute time.
And they could still speak Spanish if they'd like.
Right. Thank you, Madam City Attorney, for your clarification on this. Do we have any more speakers on the line?
Yes, Mayor. Hello, please state your name and begin speaking.
Good evening. My name is Lisette. I wanted to start by saying, Alicia, you're doing a fantastic job. Thank you so much. As a Latina and Spanish speaker, I think you're doing a great job. So with that being said, my issue is this. Based on the basic numbers that we have in front of us and what was shown, we have 9 people have asked for an interpreter, 1 in writing. The numbers don't say that our community needs an interpreter, a Spanish interpreter. Might be 75% Latinos, but out of those 75% Latino, the majority of us speak English and are bilingual. Like myself, Spanish is my native language. I can speak to you in Spanish fluently today, but I choose not to. I speak to you in English. As a mother of 4, I planned ahead. I made sure that I was prepared for this meeting today, just like a Spanish speaker can. If, in fact, an interpreter is needed, plan ahead, call ahead, organize yourself, just like all of us have done, regardless of our language, our home situation, or our status. That's key. It's basic math, and it's really in front of us. If we had a dire need for a translator, our numbers would be much higher. And again, my question is, out of that 75% of Latinos in Downey, how many really do need a Spanish interpreter? How many? We don't have those numbers. What we have is the need. And that's what we have in front of us, 9 people. 1 in writing, 9 verbal. It doesn't justify expending $25,000 or $24,000 minimum for someone that might not even be used for. Why don't we use that money for something else that our community might be in need of? Let's be resourceful, not wasteful. And with that, I yield my time, and everyone have a good night.
Hello, please state your name and begin speaking.
Hi, I'm a resident of Downey, and I just want to say I think Alicia is doing a great job. Just as the person before me speaking said, the number of people who need a translator does not justify the city spending that much money on a new salary. A lot of people like to throw around numbers that our city council members make hundreds of thousands of dollars, and that is just ridiculous. It is public information. Our city council members and our mayor make pennies for the amount of work and effort and love that they pour into our city. And people like to make uneducated comments and complain when they have no idea. If this money was there and if it was needed, it would be utilized, but it is not. It is not needed. And I thank and I applaud our city council members that are here for Downey. I appreciate you, Blanca. I appreciate you, Mario. And Mayor Fermetta, we love you. We thank you for everything that you do and for all of the negative comments that you endure, and you sit there and take it because you love your city and because you are being an agent of change and you are making the difference. You don't just sit there and do nothing. You sit there and you make the change and you carry it out in your city, and your city notices it and your city realizes it. The people who scream the loudest are not always right, and that is all we hear nowadays. We are proud of you, we love you, and we appreciate you. Thank you.
Hello, please state your name and begin speaking.
Hi, yeah, this is Alex Vargas. I just wanted to leave a comment regarding the translation issue. Like previous callers had said, City Clerk Duarte, you do a phenomenal job translating. So great job to you. I know it's not easy, but you do a fantastic job. So thank you. As Vanya went over the numbers and did that awesome presentation for us, you can see that the numbers aren't there. We don't need to spend thousands and thousands of dollars on a translator. I know this was brought by Councilmember Alvarez. This issue has never came up before because we don't have an issue. One of the previous callers mentioned that, 75% of residents here in Downey are Latino, but most of them are bilingual. Speak both languages. So to spend thousands of dollars on a translator for a few callers that probably don't even live within the city, it's not worth it. And so I don't think spending the money on a translator at our council meetings will be necessary. I think it would just be a waste. And many of them speaking about salaries and council member salaries and city manager. Leave I believe you deserve a raise for running the city. Most people are uneducated and don't know what it takes to run a city. As a city manager, I think you probably do nothing and sit behind a desk, but you run the city and you do a great job at it. So great job for that. And but that's about it. Thank you so much. Have a good night.
Hello, please state your name and begin speaking.
Hi, yes, my name is Maria Martinez. Good evening, Council. I'm calling in support of the interpreter services. I do want to say that I do appreciate the efforts of the city staff to feel the need, and I feel like they're doing a wonderful job, but I also feel that it's unnecessary pressure on them, and there should be someone designated just to do interpretation. I also saw the presentation on the cost, and I feel like that was very elevated. I don't know where they got the quote. $150 an hour seems excessive, and I don't think that there will be a need for two interpreters. One will do enough. I know that the presenter mentioned that if it was over 2 hours, they needed a third person, but I feel like if it's over 2 hours of them interpreting, but that's not the case for our city council meetings. So I don't feel like there will be a need for the second one. I also would like to second the suggestion that Councilmember Ashton made in regards to maybe finding another city employee staff that is doing part-time and would like to come and help out with the interpretation. That's also another viable option in my opinion. So again, just to reiterate, I'm in support, but I feel like we can find another way to make this a little more cost-effective. Thank you and good night.
Hello, please state your name and begin speaking.
My name is Jose. I live in Council District 3. I want to applaud Councilman Catherine Alvarez for suggesting that we need a translator. But I suggest that maybe she donate her salary for the year to pay for the translator, at least for part of it. You make all these great suggestions, which we really appreciate, and I appreciate it. But you got to sometimes put your money where your mouth is. All these events that you want, Why don't we put them towards a translator? You know, why don't we add more stuff like quality program to our parks, our streets, our safety, instead of suggesting, instead of coming up with these great, bright ideas, all these other events that you want, which I'm in support of some of them, but you keep adding more and more monetary responsibility to the backs of the residents. So instead of coming up with these suggestions, I say you donate your salary. I said we make a motion for that and put your $7,000, $8,000, $10,000, whatever you make a year, and put it into the translator. But I have another suggestion, Sean. You had a great suggestion, Councilman Sean. You have people on staff. Catherine Alvarez is bilingual. Why not have her translate the whole city council? Or excuse me, the meeting for everybody. She's bilingual. She's part of the people. We voted her in. You know, the people voted her in. Unfortunately, I didn't vote for her, but it's okay. Why don't we ask her to translate for the last 4 hours? Why would we spend money on some guy that says he's Pee Wee Herman? How do you translate that? That is hypocrisy and stuff like that. Tell me, Catherine, how would you have translated that in Spanish? You know, I have no idea what he was saying. But to waste funding, you know, on stuff like that for about 3-4 hours, that we you know, cursing, you know, being unprofessional, not polite. Why are we? If everybody was polite, professional when they called in, I'm all for it, Catherine. But think about it. All that money going down the drain. Why don't we offer the Latin community that can't afford to play at some of these parks programs scholarships? We're spending about $30,000. Let's put that towards kids that can't afford to go to day camp in the city of Downey, residents that can't go to the city of Downey. You want everything for free here. Well, guess what? Not everything's for free. I want to thank the city clerk, I believe, for translating and putting up with this tonight. On behalf of the city of Downey and some of its residents in Council District 3, you do an amazing job translating, and you should be commended every night.
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you.
Okay.
Hello, please state your name and begin speaking, please.
Hello, good evening. I want to voice my support to oppose these outside forces. All they're trying to do is to hurt City Hall. Let's just call it for what it is. Catherine Alvarez and her Circuit Vargas, all they want to do is bring behavioral health therapists and translators for her one supporter. We all know very well that Catherine Alvarez needs to get some Inglés and Barreras in her and send her back to school. Some would even suggest that she hasn't even gone to elementary school with some of her choices she makes. And that Rodolfo Cortez guy claims to go to Stanford, lives in Paramount. I think he has a personality disorder. Juan Joey Martinez, who knows about that guy? But these are the guys behind all this. We all know who they are. We all know they're trying to make a mockery out of this. But you guys need to really ask yourselves, who is this really for? My name is Matthew McConaughey, and I approve this message.
Do we still have more callers?
Yes, Mayor. Hello, please state your name and begin speaking. Please state your name and begin speaking. Hello, please state your name and begin speaking.
Yes, hi. I am number 1.
This is item number 12. Go ahead.
Yes, I would like to speak anonymous. Given the majority of this city is Hispanic,
It is time for the city to wake up and provide interpreter as a part of regular council minutes. Interpreter is the original accommodation to comply with Title V1, V6 of Civil Rights Act, where it is provided primary language Spanish. I'm supporting my clients because they're Spanish. 75% provide accessibility to we the people's government. I just want to say I am nail shop manager and I'm an owner at the same time. My client 75% is a Spanish, and I'm very upset that you guys don't have no translator. You a bad person. You never visit my store in my nail shop. Okay? I know you get paid care. You bad person. Okay? You don't have no interpreter. That's very wrong of you. You bad person. You bad person. You bad person. I don't understand how you guys have Alicia working as a translator. You guys don't pay that person that much money. That's wrong. That's like me telling the other girl, you want a long nail, no one long nail, you charge her. That is wrong. That is so very wrong. You charge her and you say translator, you are taking advantage of Hispanic people. That is very wrong, girl. That is just so wrong. That is very wrong from it, You accusing other people that you don't want to pay for a translator. You are just wrong, girl. What is wrong with you? You get nailed down. You say, girl, you cute nail. You want a long nail. And not giving you long nail, no short nail. But your boyfriend, because he said he long nail, no night, girl. You wrong. We need a translator. The guy that spoke in the other time, he wrong. Okay? Levi is wrong. He does spend money. His check, money. His
Your
check,
time is up, ma'am.
money.
Hello, please state your name and begin speaking.
Sí, quiero traductor de todos los audiencias públicos de Ciudad Downey. Y también necesita una gran audiencia al frente la alcalde cuando dice por qué no tiene traducción en la lengua coreano, creol, árabe, portugués y ruso. ¿Por qué? Porque demasiado baratos. Mucho problemas de budget. Es un gran expensa para todas.
Mr. Herman, what are you saying?
We can't even translate that.
Por muchos trabajos de traducción. De solo una chica que tiene mucho trabajo en la día.
Sir, please, we do not understand anything you're saying and we can't translate that. If you're not going to be clear about your comments, then we're going to hang up.
Mr. Herman, you are warned. Let's hang up.
Hello, please state your name and begin speaking.
Yes, I want to talk about item 12.
Yes, go ahead.
I just want to let you guys know that if you guys want to be acting professional the way it's supposed to be a city council meeting. And I know there's guys playing with the phone, or they speak Spanish and English, but it's not about that. We're dealing with that. We're dealing with the people that really don't speak any English at all. And for the person that did the presentation about the quotes and everything for translator, I don't think she's doing her job too, because she has got everything from the internet or everything. She has to search and know that there's a lot of places, starting like having personal meetings, professional meetings, where they have professional translators. And if they have the time, 3 minutes to 6 minutes, they don't tell the person, can you repeat that because I cannot translate that? So you need to get a professional translator so you guys get everything in order, and you guys don't have to be there till 1 o'clock in the morning. You know, just to let you know, there's money to get a higher professional, and it's not costing thousands of dollars. Okay, I have searched ads that can say professional translators for $20 an hour, and you guys can get one of those. So act professional. I mean, you guys are lawyers, you guys are real estate agents, you guys are, I think from Meta works at Kaiser Permanente. So on Kaiser Permanente, I think they have translators too. So yes, like I say, do you guys' job professionally and get over with that, okay? Thank you.
Hello, please state your name and begin speaking.
Hi, my name is Aldo. I wanted to provide public comment on the translator issue in support of it. And the reason why is because I believe, first of all, I'm a little surprised by the fact that Downey being a very predominantly Hispanic town, that there hasn't been a translator for Spanish in these meetings. And that might be point to the problem that, if the arguments against it are saying that there is no demand for it, or there hasn't been Spanish speakers coming and asking for it as much, maybe that's because that is exactly what the problem is. If there were a translator and this were presented to the community, letting them know that this is available for them, and really inviting them to participate in these meetings instead of having these other types of callers, would really improve the quality of discussion and engagement and cooperation. And that's it. Thanks.
Here, that is all.
Thank you, City Clerk Duarte. And again, I think some of our callers were probably misinformed or misunderstood. The city has had a language access plan. We provide when is requested. And it's interesting how this has never been an issue before. But I will now, if any other council members have any other comments?
Councilmember Trujillo made a motion to table the item pending the outcome of state legislation. You put that on the floor before public comment. I ask you if you want to move forward with that motion or another motion.
Yes, I will renew my motion. Thank you, Madam City Attorney.
And I'll go ahead and second that motion.
Thank you. So again, the motion is to not proceed with this pending state legislature. And a motion has been done in a second. City Clerk, can we please take roll?
Madam Mayor?
Yes,
Madam Mayor?
yes, Councilmember Ashton.
A quick suggestion, comment maybe. I know we probably do this already, but maybe if we can, for those that are concerned about translation services, if we can kind of publicize it a little bit more when we put out the agenda, translation services are available, kind of make it big, so people know. I know we do it, but, maybe if we can just kind of make it more so that way people that truly need it can get access.
Absolutely. Absolutely, Councilmember Ashton. Yes, good.
Thank you for humoring me, Madam Mayor.
No, you're absolutely right.
It is in the agenda. We do provide the information on the agenda at the very end.
Yeah. You know what? But look, we'll make sure it's front and center. Make sure that it gets out there and the information is gets to the people who need it, and we'll put it out in social media and blast it everywhere. So yeah.
Thank you. Again, we provide the services that are needed, and we're more than happy to continue to serve our city. With a motion in a second, City Clerk Duarte, would you please take roll?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Alvarez?
No.
Councilmember Ashton?
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Pacheco?
Yes.
And Mayor Frometa?
Yes.
The motion is approved with Councilmember Alvarez voting no.
Thank you, Alicia. And I know we don't want to be here longer than we have to, so I don't have any additional comments, but City Manager Levis, please let us know your thoughts and comments.
Look, I know it's late. If you just indulge me just for a minute or so.
Absolutely.
We get residents here, and you know, I sit here and just like all of you, and sort of take the stuff that everybody dishes out, and it's fine. You know, I signed up for this job. This is what I do. You know, people comment about my salary, but it seems to go up every time somebody calls in. It goes up even more. But here's the facts, folks. I'm responsible for overseeing over 800 employees, over a $200 million budget. Since I become city manager, we have now 8 consecutive balanced budgets. We have over $30 million on our reserves. We're fiscally in a place that we should be. We have the highest bond rating the city's ever had. And I can attest and say that over that course of time, I've literally have saved the city hundreds of thousands of dollars, and actually I would put it over 100 million. I'm sorry, over 100 million. And just our last bond rating, we've saved the city $60 million. We spent $67 million on infrastructure. You just saw that tonight. So what the residents, some of them are pointing out, I mean, quite frankly, you know, they're, you know, tripping over, you know, pennies to, you know, and to try to say something negative. So the truth is that we are in a city that still is an aspirational city. At the end of the day, people want to move to Downey. If you look at stuff in the newspaper in terms of what's happened in the cities around the Southeast, it's been called the corridor of corruption. And there's literally a lot of things that have happened, and they have not happened in Downey. And that goes to the fact that we have a great staff. We quite frankly, I was really, you know, proud of the council talking about ethics tonight, because I preach that. If you don't know, or those don't know, I preach that to the staff all the time, and we talk about it. I'm part of an International City Management Association that talks about ethics in the workplace, and that how that is a guiding post. And I've always said that to every council member, that I will never do anything that's illegal or cross a line. The day that happens, or somebody asks me to do that, I'll look for another job. And that's just not how I roll, and that's not how any of the staff rolls. And the truth is that it gets a little difficult sometimes sitting up here, but that's okay. That's what we do. There are so many wonderful, fantastic things going on in the city in terms of job creation. You talk about jobs. In the last year, we've added over 1 million square foot of retail space in the city. Those are jobs, and they're not just low-paying jobs, as people like to say. I was personally responsible for negotiating a deal to bring PIH to the city. I was involved in getting a STEMI center, meaning that those residents in town that are suffering a heart attack don't have to go to Whittier. They can come to the city of Downey, PIH, and get treated right away. So it does get a little frustrating. And you talk about Kaiser coming to town, those are high-paying jobs. You talk about PIH coming to town, high-paying job. We have substituted aerospace engineering for biomedical uses in town, and we continue to do that, and we will continue to foster that. So I do want to announce today that we are looking at roads. Again, it's something that people seem to be fixated on, and we've been working on that, trying to find solutions, and we're always looking for solutions. through this time and tenure here, I've been here through the Great Recession. I started off that Great Recession. We got through it, and we got through it stronger. We got through a pandemic without laying off one person and still putting money away and for a rainy day. And so that says a lot about the council. It says a lot about what we're doing. But here's the other thing, is that we never stop looking at ways to improve the city. And one of the things that we're going to be do here shortly is Councilmember Trillo threw down the challenge the last couple of meetings. Hey, we need to do something about our city. And I couldn't say it then because I always want to make sure I always don't want to get ahead of myself. But we were actually looking at bonding against some of our Measure R and Measure R money. And so I'm happy to say that we're going to pursue that, and we're going to look at potentially raising about $30 million to invest in our residential streets. Essentially taking 6 years of money, because we spend about $5 million a year on it, and spending that over 2 years. So we're going to work on that. We're looking at by August, we can get that to you for approval. That's a big shot on the arm. And that only happens if you run a city that is fiscally responsible. We have the highest bond rating that we've had ever. And so that translates into us being able to go out in the market, raise the money that we need to do to get the services that the residents deserve. They deserve the best. So we've continued to do that. So I'm happy to announce that. We're going to go ahead and get that started. I'll be working with our finance director, Neil Gandhi, to get that going, our public works director, Delfino, and our assistant city manager, John Oscoe, to get that rolling. So, Mr. Rio, thank you for the challenge. I think we'll meet that, and thank you to the mayor for the support and to the rest of the council. So look forward to some more streets getting repaired here over the next year or so. We're anxious to see that getting started, and again, that only comes from being able to run a fiscally responsible organization. So thank you.
Thank you, City Manager Levis. Thank you for sharing the truth and the accuracy. There will be a few that continue to want to paint a very inaccurate picture of our city and a very inaccurate narrative. And so we appreciate the work that goes on day in and day out by ethical people that conduct themselves in a very ethical manner, in a very respectable manner. So with that said, I will adjourn.
Can I just say one thing?
Yes.
I just say thank you very much for leading our city. I know tonight was a tough night, and it was tough on everyone, but you handled yourself well, and I just want to commend you.
Thank you. I will now adjourn our city council meeting in memory of a very dear public servant who served 2 terms as mayor, who is remembered and revered by an entire community for his sense of humor, for his civility, for just being an all-around great guy. A dear former mayor, Meredith Perkins, and the lives lost due to COVID. If we can have a moment of silence, please. Thank you. This meeting is now adjourned.